Welcome to week 3 of the NA Star League. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. We've got 2 banger matchups for Call of Duty here tonight. We've got a great slate of games all across the board for week 3, but more importantly, a lot of undefeated teams going up against one another. Some teams that are on the wayside that might be looking to step up into the conversation of a late fringe playoff team. But before we get into all that, Cash, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. Again, you know, we're casting so much. I've got collegiate action throughout the week now, and it's just a great time to be back in the college flow of things.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at our schedule for tonight here. Starting up first and foremost, we got Maverick Scott going up against Baldwin Wallace University. That will be again the first matchup here directly after our little pre-show. Keanu College and Blinn College going up against one another in our second slated matchup to our first best of 5. And then later on in the night, we'll switch up gears to Valorant, where Missouri State will take on Northwood, the reigning champions, the top dogs of Valorant. That'll be a fun one to go ahead and watch out for. But talking about our first matchup first and foremost, Mavericks COD, Baldwin Wallace, both teams coming into this with undefeated records at this stage in the season. Really, this kind of feels like it's a fight for supremacy behind, of course, that Northwood roster that's still within their standing region as well.
It absolutely is. It's one where I kind of see these being the top 3 teams that finish out this group. So it's really just fighting for that second place, if not first, right? It's still very possible to take off of Northwood. It's just quite the daunting task. So again, this matchup in this group specifically is going to be one that really could decide second and third place. It feels crazy saying that just in week 3, but this head-to-head could come down to things at the end of the season.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that either. Again, I think Northwood's going to be a top S school once again. We, of course, seen them come off the back end of a championship here instead of the varsity league for Call of Duty last year in Vanguard. But again, you know, having to lead another division is definitely going to be difficult year in and year out, especially if Mavericks, as well as Baldwin Wallace, can start to really get that ball rolling. Whatever team comes out on top of this, obviously a 3-0 start's great, but that really puts you into a great position going into the rest of the year. And Northwood needs to be careful. Not to talk too much about Northwood in this matchup where they're not concerned, but again, you have to talk about the top dogs if you want to talk about what teams need to do to go ahead and eventually overcome that and to win and beat them. And not to make it sound grim for Mavericks COD, but I do have an upper sense feeling for Baldwin Wallace going into this matchup. Maybe not a 3-0 necessarily, but I think they're favorited coming into this matchup. So this is more going to be on the side of Mavericks COD's shoulders to release things away early on in the series, or at least push things to a longer elongated series where we have to see that 4 and 5 come in. We start talking about that Neslo series.
It absolutely is going to be the case. You talk about those players out of Baldwin Wallace. I mean, even getting a look at rosters, once we get there, for Baldwin Wallace, you have the same core roster that you had in the fall whenever we were back here with Nace. And so you bring back the same group. You're able to get those reps in with each other. I want to say, okay, you can't say they fell short of expectations, right? This is Baldwin Wallace's first year being represented in the collegiate scene. So like we talk about with so many new teams, you can't, fall short of expectations because you don't really have them your first year. You're just trying to feel things out. But this squad, you could see the potential they had. Fell short of their own personal expectations as far as how they performed in the fall went. Here, we can see what kind of reps they got in over the winter, over the holiday type season, gearing up for spring, and how much better they're looking. I mean, Conwell, Matty Melts, Matty Ice, and Polyester, 4 very strong players that just simply lack consistency at times, which, again, can be a struggle.
Yeah, and especially when you want to try to glue a roster together, having Conwa, again, a name in the amateur scene of Call of Duty, somebody who has been around for long enough to really learn the ropes and be able to teach that to a younger generation of players, or players that are going to come in and help him try to win a championship here for the Naystar League. I really look to him as that kind of veteran-esque player, although he's still relatively young in the scene himself. So it'll be interesting to see how that roster gels over the season. So I'm glad you brought that up. Polyester, a hard-ass name, by the way, too, which is a really, really cool thing.
It is a great one. It really is. But I mean, like, talking about Mankato too, you have Klinger and Bladesy. They come back from last semester as well, alongside 2 new teammates in Kato's and Razors. So again, a couple that are newer, but you have Klinger and Bladesy too. I mean, they're kind of anchors to the squad. You think of Y-Dog when you think of this Mankato team. Obviously, he's gone. So you wonder, you lose productivity with them being gone. How does that now formulate itself in this new life team?
We've seen the rosters. Let's take a look at the series ahead of us for our overall map set too, because that's really going to be what dictates kind of the pacing and everything that we'll see throughout this best of 5. We'll start off with a hotel for map number 1. We'll go to Embassy for map 2, and then El Asilo for the 3rd. Cash, the other night we were doing more collegiate stuff. Hotel kind of became a staple of early series where we really got to learn a lot about teams, but at the same time, really didn't learn anything at the same time because of how close those games eventually were down towards the wire. What makes Hotel such a fun map to start a series with?
It's because the rotation pattern. It feels like I'll borrow, I hold shifts verbiage about it, in the sense that rotation is like a star. If you were drawing a star on a piece of paper where you draw the diagonal lines to each corner, that's kind of how the rotations work. So it forces teams, you're not really given a rotation in a sense. It shows if a team is fundamentally sound at what the motive hard point is. So it's a good look to see, not a scrappy haymaking, high engagement type of map necessarily, but one that shows if you're on the same page, if your comms are looking good, because there will be times where you're looking at 30 seconds of hard point time and questioning, should we make a rotation? So again, it just makes sure your comms and your rotations are sound at the end of the day, which is, again, the bare bones that you could ask for. So it's definitely one that we don't quite see given even the last year or two of maps. It's exciting and refreshing to have it in these map pools.
Absolutely. Well, we got a little bit of a lobby issue taking place at the moment, so we're going to send things to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down a little bit more for that map 1 hotel, and we'll set up this series to get it kicked off and ready. My name is Corio. With me is Cash. We'll be back. We apologize for that extended break, but we're back. We're finally ready. Teams are in the lobby, so we'll get that hotel map 1 started here in just a moment. But while we still have a bit of time to talk about these two teams going into map 1, Cash, we were kind of talking behind the scenes during the break there about the expectations for this Baldwin Wallace roster this season, where we think that they can start to make their headway to and potentially even be a late season potential for even fighting for a championship.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be difficult, but that's kind of the lay of the land for him at this point.
It really is, and we were talking kind of before we got back from the break that they also, it's just their first or second semester competing, but people already see the ceiling on this team, and it is a very high one. So the expectations have really shot up exponentially for what they can do this year. Sure, you kind of finished middle of the road last year just for a new program. That's not something to knock at all. And now coming into spring, a lot of people are seeing them as you said, whenever they hit stride, whether that be early, mid, or late season, they will be a threat this year if they can, again, nail down that consistency. And what increases consistency night in and night out? Well, consistent reps. So you've got to think they've put in some work in the off season, and this is going to be a great showcase for us on broadcast to see kind of where they stand.
Yeah, again, like we talk like straight up just consistency being a big issue for this 4-man roster. There's moments where you kind of falter in your game plans, or one thing doesn't go your way, and those split-second decisions just as a team aren't there yet. So then it becomes late game situations, one after the other. You're solo hitting a lane, not trying to be in tradable positions, and you're not putting yourselves in the best possible spot for your team to have renowned success over and over again. And that's where I think the cleanup effort from Baldwin will be inside of this season. You're going to see those moments late in the game where somebody needs to make a big route, and they do, but it sticks through. Instead of getting that one and dying, they maybe walk away with 2, or there's a second person there for a trade. They wait just long enough for everybody else to get into positions, and the reinforcements can really start to be a big factor. That's the type of chemistry you have to have when you're playing at the higher upper echelon levels of Call of Duty, and especially if you want to be competing for collegiate championships at this stage in the year. So there's a lot of things to learn about this team. There's a lot of things to learn about the opposite side as well. Not to say that the Mavericks don't have a strong chance in this series. They absolutely do. Still undefeated to this point. This would be a huge win for them to be able to take. And if they're able to do that, well, hell, I see a lot of really good upside for either of these two teams. It just really depends on, not of course just one series, but what they continue to level up with all year.
Yeah, and to even pivot and talk a little bit more about the Mavericks, they have that possibility, but losing a big player like they did, and at least they're 2-0, the same as Baldwin Wallace, right? But having two new players is always something to see. That's where, again, you see a break in consistency at times whenever you just don't have as much rapport with those teammates. So tonight could be a great gauge. Maybe they leveled up well beyond, what even Y-Dog was able to do and the impact he had in MW2. Klinger and Bladesy, 2 very impactful players around the map as well, with ARs and their subs respectively. It's one that, again, for Mankato, we've seen the success that these Baldwin Wallace players, specifically in Conwa, has found in the offseason and the early portions of MW2. You can't help but get excited over that. But for the side of Maverick COD, the same thing as well. You bring back 2 veteran leaders at this point for this team, even if, as the same way we talked about Conwa having that teachability to a new age of kids, they have this exact same impact for this program. And it's one where, again, for both teams, I think to sum up everything we've talked about, because we've had quite a lot of time to banter, it's one where both teams are trying to make a statement tonight in a series, or in a group where, again, the head-to-head is going to matter, and one that both of them can make really, really good runs here early in the regular season and see where that puts them come postseason time.
Yeah, just to give you guys a quick update, I know we had to fly in and everything like that. Looking with the lobby is ready, we did lose a team, so we're going to sit here with our faces for, maybe a minute or 2 more, so we apologize. I know you want to get onto the game, so do we. So don't shoot the messenger, no bearer of bad news here. But again, the teams are ready and in the lobbies now, so we should be starting in just under a minute's time. But again, going back into the nitty-gritty details of a hotel hardpoint map, realistically speaking, again, we touched on it before. Cash brought up some really solid points about the rotational aspects of this map and what you need to do as a whole, as a team. But realistically, what it comes down to is winning one-on-one engagements across the map, and that's something that we didn't see the last time through when the Call of Duty Spectrum came around for the first week of the broadcasted games for NACE. Is we had a few teams on broadcast where, the team play wasn't horrible together. It just was, it was gunfight after gunfight where people weren't winning their trades, or excuse me, winning their gunfights, and then those initial 2-3 kills led to 60 seconds of time, and it was all bled out from there through. But Matty Ice and Polyester will open things up. Kamo looks to get in through behind, so it's a nice 4-2 trade for the side of Baldwin Wallace. They'll be on top early on here as they get in towards that middle hard point. 25 seconds ticked off the clock. Early lead for those Yellow Jackets.
And it's going to be flipped around at the top. Purple will actually be Baldwin Wallace for the moment. And the side of Maverick Cod will be yellow. So on this P2 hold, getting set up with the final 20 seconds left is going to be MNSU Mankato. And they're going to look to get a nice even spread across the map where, again, Baldwin Wallace continuing to guard this time. I mean, could be at 35 or so seconds when this is all said and done, and quickly prompting on the push for P2.
And he melts back line, not going to be able to walk away with a gunfight, but it is Blazy who's there with the 74U in hand, waiting for the push in through the front door. Conwell laying down, gun spotted out. Blazy just able to walk away with a kill, tries to snap for the second, but it's Matty Ice there with a scar in hand, trying to wrap in through the back lines. Nobody in the time for contention here just yet. First 10 seconds to the side of Baldwin Wallace, and as Razor snaps back around the corner for yet another double kill, the rest of the side of those Mavericks will start making their way in towards the point. Conwell's going to be the first one there.
Connor can try to get in. Polyester, the one able to hold time for now. You try to get everything backed up, but Maverick Cod get the quick break behind a 2-piece from Kato. So still with enough time to bounce back and overtake this lead. 30 seconds up for grabs. It's been Baldwin Wallace from the outside looking in. You'd like to think at this stage of the hard point, you wouldn't want to let a leak. You don't want to let these players to the restaurant for P3 rotation, but that's exactly what happened now. Baldwin Wallace, Maverick Cod, foot race for next.
There we go. Sides flipped up in towards the top. Apologies for the first couple seconds of the hills. But as Matty is going to be there, looking for one, Katos is going to be hopped down, trying to play his life here on 5 in a row. Needs to go for 6 to try and earn some streaks, but it's Matty Ice in the backline who could play spoiler to what they want to go ahead and build for themselves. Blazy, opportunity for a trade, will be able to walk away. That's 3 in a row for him, but it is Katos who falls, and that will, at least for the time being, knock that element of streaks off of the table for the Mavericks, and this will allow the opposite side of Baldwin Wallace to really start engaging with this hill in the kitchen. 40 seconds of prime time here. Yellow and purple back and forth trying to fight for the hill, and it's Polyester who walks away with the final gunfight. 1 versus 1 for the time, and Bladesy's in.
Matty Ice trying to peek through door. Great grenade connects out of Blazy. Now you still have 1 player left looming. Trying to maybe get in and get some of this time. You are going to. 25 seconds still up, and that would have given Mankato quite the lead if they would have been able to get it. For now, Baldwin Wallace in time, and the only player on rotation is going to be Conwa, who'll be outnumbered here momentarily. What can he do to stay alive as his teammate gets scrapped?
Early on in the game here, not a big slaying disparity between both of the teams. It's been really who's been able to control the majority of these rotations, get the majority of time on a hill, and really start to sit and soak up all of that precious hill time they can really start to find early on inside of a hard point. Tied at even 67 apiece as we get into P4. Bar Hill, very difficult to break at times, but once you get in, you can sit there for quite some time. And as Polyester looks and snaps over towards the left, goes for a second, who's on a head glitch. Blazy needs to be careful, but he's got help on the staircase from Klinger. Conwa tries to snap back, but it's a 3-1 trade. Now make it a second for the Mankato roster. 76 to 72. 30 seconds left here on P4. Still tons of time to garner for either team.
Baldwin Wallace now taking the lead for the first time since P1. A good setup here out of P4, and the kill feed also going to award them even more time. But race over to restaurant for P5. You can see how aggressive Khan was playing, not on transition, not just going easy wrapping through the back. He's taking an aggressive route in the face of the Mankato players as they're crossing map. Now the spawns are going to flip out for the back, so we'll see how quickly they read it. That's on Matty Melts to be able to find. Doesn't get the timing, but word will be up. A war on 2 fronts, and you're pinched in the middle. Polyester not able to take it. Mankato once again on rotation.
It was a nice pinch too. Blazy didn't even need to help out the rest of his teammates there. It was Blazy who was just able to walk away with a nice little double. He starts to continue his way forward in towards this kitchen. And 15-8 leading the way for his team thus far inside of the game. And Kato still trying to bounce back, get back to that tie game stance that they were at earlier on. An early lead went their way, but a nice double back-to-back kills for those Yellow Jackets put them in a nice spot to take advantage of the game here. In towards the restaurant, though, Klinger will be the first one up to challenge. Kato's there for a trade. Pinstripe kill feed allows the purple team to stay in the hill for the time being. And as Matty Ice pops a double, they'll hold down in the restaurant, wait for a few more players to push in, but the gunfight's still going their way. Baldwin Wallace holding on for time.
And this has been a grueler of a hard point through 5 hills. We still have one more before we reset the rotation as we'll head over to P6. You can see for the side of Maverick Cod, they're putting a little more emphasis on that bottom left corner, but Matty Melts has the potential to slip the line here. Steady popped or not, these footsteps could be influential to whether Katos is able to find him. He does turn the corner and get it there. So as much as you get the last bit of time for Baldwin Wallace and have a 30-point lead, it's going to be Maverick Cod on rotation to start.
Stun check from Conwell will back off. See two players already here on the top of P6. Matty Ice will hop up. Shots on the Razor won't be able to connect. Laying down the right decision here early on inside of this hill. Prosperity still on the loom. Mavericks trying to make their hold stick, but it's Matty Melts who's going to be able to help out with his teammate. Katos tries to challenge a long-range gunfight. Reinforcements need to come through, but you have Matty Ice on a small little flank here around the back, and they'll be able to break in. 2 kills go the way of Baldwin Wallace. Mankato now on the backside looking in, trying to push all together, but there's only 2 players here. I would love to see them wait just a bit more time to really execute this pinch, but you have to make sure you take space in the middle of the map, because that's where we'll be going to next.
Filtering through the hill. Ends up getting cut down, as you said. Didn't wait for teammates. Khan was still able to line up too, so maybe waiting for reinforcements wasn't even going to work out for them. Either way, a 40-point lead. T1 going around. As you said, you're starting to take up space in the middle of the map. If you're Maverick, COD, Baldwin Wallace trying to fight out of spawn and do just the same, it's all going to come to a head here in the middle of the map.
Bladesy, shots to the top, snaps back over, not able to find the kill, as Polyester is there to help out with Matty Melts. Baldwin Wallace still soaking up that mid portion of the map. Kills have gone their way in the later half of this hard point. It's been very, very solid team play here from Baldwin Wallace ever since they were at about that 30-point disadvantage. And as Matty Melts will pre-fire, snap back over towards Klinger, Bladesy will be the next one up to challenge. It's both the Matty boys going big here in the middle of the map to give Baldwin Wallace their advantage. It still continues to climb, and they almost have themselves at that 200-point mark.
Great trigger plan out of Katos to chase that kill and thwart a threat of, well, having spawns flip out. They're able to clean up, kill the rest, and now Khan with the only one left standing, pressed up the map this far. Time going to sit empty. You're going to expect Baldwin Wallace to be able to scoop this up. Lazy's still there for a brief contest, but for Baldwin Wallace, though they have the lead that they do, you want to see them try to break into this one early where they couldn't last time, and then the opposite for Maverick COD, where they got it as a near money hold last, or near 60-second hold last time. They need to replicate it here to stay in this one.
They absolutely do. But either way, those yellow arrows right side of the map, you can see the hold that they have. Going to be Razor, the first point of contact over towards the satellite side of things. Not going to be able to walk away with a second kill. Trade out 3 versus 3 at the hill, but spawns are still going to be relatively close here for the team in purple. That's Baldwin Wallace, who are now through the front. 2 kills go their way. Kato's in the back line, but the break has been in, and now you see that bottom portion of the minimap really start to fill up because that's where the spawns are going to be close to. 2-to-1 trade, Mankato in the advantage here, and now as they push in towards the hill, it's all up to player 3. That's Matty Melts in the back line, who will now go ahead and fall to Razor, and it's Bladesy who will walk away with his life, and the rest of the team can help with the reinforcements. This gunfight going to be big. Last 20 seconds of time needed here for Mankato. They should be able to walk away with it. A team kill there, 1 versus 2 at the back end of the hill. That's 13 seconds of time, and the rotations now out for Baldwin Wallace. What a beautiful stringing of P2 and P3 together.
Now, win condition set, 15 seconds to win, or excuse me, 15 seconds, 35 seconds for the win from here. What can you do? They have a COD looming on the break, and they're trying to get in.
Snaps back over towards the left. Conwa doesn't actually read the player coming in for the back double doors. That's going to allow Mankato to get into the point. 45 seconds. Again, this can be a money hill, but it's all about how the team from the outside decides to break it with everybody starting to make their push in. 3-to-1 trade. Baldwin Wallace on the outside still continuing to look in, and as Klinger plays the snake head glitch all the way towards the back line, will Conwa be able to read this? He has to waiting for the challenge for the rest of his teammates around the hill. Beautifully, and I mean beautifully played there from the Yellow Jackets. They have every single angle covered. Nobody can be able to break out, but it's another 25 seconds of back-end scrap time that they'll be able to garner for themselves. This time, though, it's going to put them oh so close to that 250-point mark. Mankato has to play perfect from here on out.
This second set of rotations, Baldwin Wallace have tightened up their brakes where they have looked flawless. Every time they've wanted to get in on a team push, they've been able to. Now it's going to be no different here as they try to get in to close this one out. Maverick COD have to hold on for dear life. They're taking up space on the map. They only have 1 player holding time, and all of their crosses covered. As you had said at the top of the show, Hotel at times comes down to winning your ones. This is it.
Bladesy from behind is able to snap to 1. The second one down below is able to get killed as well. 4 in a row here from Bladesy. Respawns all the way in the back line. It split spawns from the side of Baldwin Wallace, and this could play spoiler to the hold. They're trying to get down in the bar. 12 seconds needed from the Yellow Jackets. For Mankato, they still need about 57. It's going to take them for a rotation towards another point, but the purple arrows are in. 10 seconds are needed. Bladesy trying to play hero and spoiler once again. 5 in a row, but it's Matty Melts who's there. Streaks off the table yet again. 7 more seconds is all they need to walk away from it. Razor, the last hope, the bloodline here for Mankato in map 1. He'll fall, and as nobody's close to be able to make that touch and contestation in towards the hill, Baldwin Wallace, those Yellow Jackets will sting away a map 1 victory. The hotel is theirs.
Win condition set, you can apply pressure like that. And again, whenever you think you might be able to get out on rotation, if you're Maverick COD, it just takes one player being annoying, contesting time with the potential to win a gunfight, which they continuously did, to start to pull that one away. And that's what they did to close that one out. So great work out of Baldwin Wallace to get themselves out to such a lead, play so well as a team. And, you know, better team play is more times than not going to reward you on that map. Baldwin Wallace, like you said, definitely taking map number 1 in that fashion.
It was a slow start for him as well. You know, there was a point in the game where I was like, okay, well, you know, Mavericks do genuinely look pretty good early on in the game, whether that is because they had their guns warm before the other team, or genuinely they were playing a better, at least a couple of hills of Call of Duty. You know, that can be left up to interpretation. But again, they had those early rotations out over towards P2 that we had talked about, like, directly at the beginning of the game. They didn't allow themselves to get broken in. I think of Razor and Blazy holding down that right portion of the map there up and towards the north side, where you're able to just really cut down where the spawns are coming in from the restaurant. Don't allow them to get into the back spawn line, and they put themselves up by about 40-50 points immediately at the beginning of the game. P3, they were still there for the contention, but when we got back over towards the bar and the Yellow Jackets were able to set themselves up on the hill, that's when things started to get, you know, back even, tied between the two teams. And once they took that lead, they really never looked back. And that 80-point lead that we had, where it was about 190 to like 120, 110, that's where we really started to see the game kind of be blown out of proportion. And then it was just, okay, we can fight for these back 25 seconds. We'll be fine, even if we, you know, let them get 20, 30, 40 seconds with a little bit of contention here and there.
Yeah, and it felt like when we got to P4, you had kind of called it out, the play where you'd love for Maverick COD to wait for their teammates. They started solo challenging. At that point, it was a 45, almost 60 point deficit. I feel like they got a little frazzled there given the score line. And again, I think that only came to hurt them in the later portions of the game, where they would have gathered themselves, collected a breath, and coordinated a better push. Could have kept that score line closer, could have kept themselves from feeling less and less panicked. But now we switch gears. We go to an Embassy Search and Destroy, where, again, discipline is definitely the name of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday when we saw this embassy being played, or excuse me, 2 days ago when we saw this embassy being played, again, you know, what do you see? You see the typical B push over towards that site, and maybe you start to work over towards A. But the sniper gameplay really started to make a big difference on the map. Being able to cut down outside lanes of the map, or taking somebody off of a power position like top AC, can be so crucial. And once you're able to knock those couple players off, or get that first blood, if you can work that sniper to be useful throughout the entirety of the game, you basically have all the win conditions set up for you, and that map is yours. The problem then becomes, okay, well, if we're not getting any use out of the snipers in round 3, 4, or even later in towards the game, when do you put that away and allow the other team to start running free? When do you stick to your guns and try to play a bit more aggressive instead of that passer laid-back sniper gameplay? And personally, I think that just is a judgment call, and you have to really, as a team, say, all right, what you weigh your values, you make that conscious decision, and then you have to live with that for the rest of the game. If you don't put it away, you risk the other team being able to run in towards the middle of the buildings. You risk them being able to run through you, and you have literally nothing else that you can do on the map except just sit there and watch.
And I think sniper play comes down to that's an aspect of discipline as well, knowing when to and when not to. It's great to be able to snipe, and when it's effective, like you said, you can pretty much lock the game, because what you lock parts of the map down in its entirety. So it's discipline to know I'm not hitting my shots. Or again, we watched a game where a player started out 7-0 with a sniper, finished 2-7 after that. So again, having the smarts and saying, as much as the sniper's flashy, it's good, I'm doing my best to hold on these lanes. If it's not hitting, like you said, having that discipline to make an adjustment of, let's change up the pacing, let's pull out AR sub, whatever your preferred weapon is, and change things up and give it a different look. I think that also goes into how you should be playing around Embassy. The sniper, you live and die by it, but I think people have a little more say in it than kind of what that statement allows.
Yeah, and we don't usually bring up, like, talking about, like, oh, what can a sniper do on the map? Because in Call of Duty, like, we've kind of gotten away from that old stigma of, like, I'm gonna lock down the game with this one weapon. But the reason it's so big on Embassy is because Embassy, and I don't want to say it's one-dimensional, but it plays very shallow, because there's not much that you can do on the map except hit one site over and over and over again, and maybe get a pick or two, and then start to wrap your way back when the other team on defense has started to maybe put a little bit more pressure on a specific bomb site. And of course, I'm talking about getting out towards B early on and maybe playing A once or twice on offense, if you're lucky. So it's how Search and Destroy plays in this game. I can't really be mad at it. But again, it's just that A bomb side is just so far deep pushed up into the defensive spawn side that it's almost impossible to take over, because that rotation back even from the B bomb is just so quick. Regardless of that fact, though, I think it's important to talk about, you know, what the side of Mankato needs to do here coming into this search and destroy.
Yeah.
And that, simply put, playing a bit more together in an effective way. We saw, you know, what was that break towards the end of P3 there inside of the kitchen? It was Baldwin Wallace being able to set up around. Those Yellow Jackets all collapsed at the same time and didn't lose a single gunfight inside of that hill, and everybody was able to then push out, get over towards that next hill in the bar, make that cohesive push, and Mavericks just had no answer for it. And once you allow another team to do that and you can't do that yourself, of course you're going to lose a hard point, and it's no wonder why they weren't able to take map number 1 there. You know, breaking trends early on, though, this bomb's starting to work its way up in towards the middle of the map. This could be a potential A hit here, and as Kados is going to be made his way up the map, Con was there for an immediate trade. You have to snap back around. Somehow Conwell walks away with the second kill. Are we talking? Are we communicating? Hello?
Crazy that they just got spun around in the worst way possible. I guess beneficial for Conwa, but not quite the case for the other side. I don't hate the push out of Maverick COD because, again, it's unorthodox. It's what you're not expecting. Conwa popping 2 there shuts that entire push down, but I think it could have been a fruitful venture if they won their, 1v1s. Now left in a 1v2. Matty I's going to do to can. Both players on this bottom side of the map. They have to retrieve bomb. He knows it's here. How does he try to play around it?
I mean, you got to tip it to the side of the Mavericks here. I mean, being able to walk back up from a 2-4 down to a 2v1 man advantage. And as Matty Ice is now going to have to realize, hey, we're bringing this bomb back over towards B. He's going to be put on restrictive timer, and he's really going to have to figure things out. He's up and towards the top, though. Could spoil things here very, very soon.
Bomb goes down. You have a player playing above the staircase, and Razor going to pop Deddy. But was he heard before that by Razor? Now you have Klinger repositioning with an AR to this top window. Matty should be able to make the read and does, but the shots are going to give away his position. Razor not going to move just yet, and why? Whenever you have the time constraint set, Matty has to make the play. Top staircase. Is he going to be able to snap to it? Oh. Answer yes. We got a 1v1.
Okay, 23 seconds left. You know where the last player is. The win condition is there. Klinger's just going to have to play time inside of the window. You do not want to peek for longer than you have to. You just want to be able to hop around the corner and check, and that's all the information that you needed. Matty Ice gets a shot into him. Klinger pops back over towards the corner, and this is pitch perfect. Now you can challenge with about 5 seconds left, knowing that you only have to have that 7.5-second timer to get that defuse in Minnesota State. They'll take that first round, and what was a great start for Baldwin Wallace collapses on the back end of Conwa finding 2.
Interesting, again, that B push. I just want to continue talking about it because a lot of maps do have their, 90 to 10 bomb site preference. And again, that push off of B, now it's going to be in the back of Baldwin Wallace's mind that they've got to respect it, that, Maverick COD's willing to do that early. Generally, I was going to say you see that in a 1v situation where the player has the advantage and can wrap to a bomb site, given that the map's a little scattered at that point. But off the break, definitely something interesting to keep in mind as it progresses, as Maverick COD find themselves back to their offensive tip. But for now, Baldwin Wallace pushing here towards this B site, and Mankato, they're in position.
I want snipe. First blood. Baldwin Wallace yet again. Second time here in 2 rounds. Will challenge back over towards the corner, and I think Razor's lucky to get away from that one. He peeks away at the perfect timing, but it's Kados who's now making his lurk known up and towards the bottom of middle map. As another player falls for the Yellow Jackets, all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2 as Conway yet again will find a second kill in a round.
2 versus 2. Matty Ice. Gotta try to work this bomb site. Doesn't know. Again, Kados is really the one that can blow this open if he can find the timing. Lazy.
This is perfect.
I have any idea. This is a great hold for them if they collapse.
Because, I mean, if he wanted to hop out the door right there, it could have been great, but he allows his teammate in Kados to make a great play through the middle of the map. So instead of it being, hey, I'm going to give away my position, now they have the element of surprise while trying to find the last player alive for the Yellow Jackets. Conwa alive in a 1 versus 2. Bomb is down for him. He turns around over towards the door. They're going to burst on in. Kados is going to be able to walk away with a gunfight, and that's pitch perfect yet again from the Mankato roster. You see both of those players pushing the staircase at the same time. They don't get close enough to bunch up and get killed at the same time, but it doesn't even matter. Conwa just was not ready for the explosive force through the doorway.
That's just a great play. You have a man advantage. Conwa's sniping. He's not going to... I mean, again, you're not going to make the read that he'd be playing somewhere low, which he wasn't. I just love the decision. I wish teams did it more. Double chow it out. Run, buddy. Don't send someone to go fight for it alone. Run, trade it out with enough time left to get the bomb defused. Again, a picture-perfect retake out of Maverick COD.
Oh, first wraparound for offense and defense for both these teams, respectively. Although it was the offensive win for Mankato on the offense through the first time. They're able to get a crossover towards this bomb site. Now it's Conwell with that sniper yet again. Another first blood for Baldwin Wallace. Will they finally be able to make a round win out of it?
Connor repositioning. Bomb is down though, so player you killed was able to get bomb down and life out for free. It's going to be on the wrap. Maddie Melts here. Are they reading it in the back line? You see player 2 and Razor repositioning, but they're really trapped in the site now that they've given up this much of the map.
They need to go quickly here, though. Still 2 players left alive. Now it's just 1. Razor last alive in a 1 versus 4. Sniper won't be needed. Maddie Melts from behind will be able to walk away with it. And finally, after 3 rounds of trying desperately, Conwa's first bloods will award Baldwin Wallace with their first round win here in the Search and Destroy. They make the necessary adjustments. They're going to be able to take themselves a defensive round.
Great adjustment, as you said. Offensively, what changes for them this go around? Good use of getting around the map, clearing things out, and again, trapping the offensive team in and around the site. Baldwin Wallace, get another crack out of here.
On the first line of adjustments you made on the defensive side worked out. And you do it yet again. And I feel like we just have to be on with Conway for, the initial portion of the round. Due to the fact that, been 3 straight first bloods. You think you might be in 2 for 4. Snaps to the left, isn't able to react just fast enough. Kados once again will escape with his life. This time it's Polyester who walks away with kill number 1 in the round. 2-1 up is Mankato, but 3-4 down in the life count they are. Bomb starting to go down over towards his B site. 45 seconds left in a 3 versus 4 retake back to the site.
That's a pray and spray if I've ever seen one. Really just trying to connect with anything. No Baldwin Wallace player is going to fall yet. Conwa connects once again. His teammates there to clean up the last 2 quickly. Baldwin Wallace makes the adjustments in these last 2 rounds. Get the round wins 4. We're all tied up at 2.
And I mean, trying to take somebody off a snake glitch is just the most annoying factor of a game. Just trying to be a nuisance to the opposition. That's exactly what Conway was able to do there. He had a sniper in his hand too. He had no business, trying to challenge an automatic rifle from the opposite side of the map, even while on a head glitch. But regardless of that fact, 6-3 now. Multiple players starting to really turn their game around on the Yellow Jackets roster. Mankato now struggling these last 2 rounds. Again, we talked about what Baldwin Wallace needed to do to go back on their second defense. Well, this time it's the second opportunity for another change for the opposition. Mankato with bomb in hand. Kados on offense. They're trying to work this over towards A preliminarily, but they could wrap this back to B if they don't think it's going to be worth it.
That's the exact point you made at the beginning. Just got proven. You don't see anyone cross towards the B site. They're going to sit back and go back towards A. No one has made this cross. As you said, the bomb rack's backside's different, but off the break, they had an idea it was coming towards A because Conway didn't see anything on the cross. Now you see everything on the cross if you're Maddie Melts. That's 1, 2, 3 hopping across your screen. They're going to try to get bombed down here, and it might go down right under Polyester's nose, but still, no first bloods, and we're halfway through the round.
Oh, Conway had a big opportunity for a first blood here once again, but wasn't able to take it with the sniper. Second player challenging around the corner. Snapshot not going to be there. Quick scope can't find the kill, and it's Kados who walks away with a double. Now it's all up to Maddie Melts. 1 versus 4. Another big situation, a potential turning point inside of the series, but nobody's going to give him any room to work with. It seems like an impossible task to not only kill 4 and walk away with a defuse, especially when everybody's just playing around the corner. Beautiful kill, but it's really not going to matter all that much because he gets cut down immediately after the fact.
I like that Maverick got aggressive beyond the bomb plan. You saw Kados round the corner, end up taking down 2, which pretty much signed, sealed, delivered the round at that point. I mean, your 2 players that could have made a play on the bomb got cut down, and your teammates were able to clean up things around it. Great work out of them to, again, both teams opening up the playbook and really starting to dive into it here towards this mid to late portion of this map too.
6th round of Search and Destroy. Embassy's pretty much played out exactly how we saw fit. Loads of hits over towards B, and this is going to be a really slow defensive effort back over towards this B site. Now Baldwin Wallace, a great opportunity to get this bomb down and put that timer restriction on Mankato early on. Conwell won't be able to walk away with a sniper kill, but he does with his life, and now his Razor's up in towards top AC. It's Blazy across the map who walks away with the first blood.
I mean, you said it was a slow defensive push, but both players got into Embassy for free, so it was slow to be sure, quick on every other portion of the map. You're caught off guard because 2 players are shooting you in the back, essentially, and it's easy cleanup around that. I love the unorthodox moves that Maverick are making. They're making those decisions, and there's no hesitation in both rounds that they've done that. Well, I guess map number 1, or round number 1, that the B site or A site wasn't quite the case, but again, here, where they're executing as a team, they're finding a lot of success. And hey, who'd have thought?
Both teams flip-flopping each side of the objective twice over. Three times straight here. Both teams have won 2 rounds in a row. Will we have the same sort of repetition here for Baldwin Wallace as they get back onto defense? Love the play that side of the Mavericks, COD. Had in that last defensive round. Conwell would have loved to probably have one. He's in a great position with trigger discipline to be able to walk away with a kill or 2, but everybody falls, and there was a flawless round and victory there for the Mavericks COD roster. Now in the back line is Conwell this time, who's going to be able to find one. Now making a second and a team kill onto Razor, turns this around completely in what would have otherwise been a potential 2 versus 4 again for Mankato. It's left up to Klinger alive in a 1 versus 4. Still tons of time to work with, but that bomb has been found. It is down, and everybody else is just trying to play around the map to make this pinch happen.
Sniper hasn't connected the last 2 rounds. You put it away, you change up pace, and hey, Conwell finds 2 more first bloods, or excuse me, another first blood to tack into that column. Both teams playing with a heightened ability to adjust and do what they can to stay alive in this one. Great response. I mean, I don't know that there's much to the fault of what teams are doing, and more so how well the opposition is adjusting, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and I don't disagree with that at all. And again, I'm glad you bring up the point of the sniper too, because like putting that away, biggest decision of the game so far, I think, between both of these 2 teams. You know, barring the adjustments that they've both made, but this is a very similar look that we saw the last time, except the flank not going to be in fully from the side of Mankato, and it's Conwell, guess again, who's now found himself another double kill early on in the round. 4-2 advantage to Baldwin Wallace. Klinger trying to get some shots back across, maybe even things up a bit more, but with 39 seconds left, finally Razor will get the first kill of the round for Mankato.
There's 2v2. Klinger's going to try to clear out stuff through the back that's only going to eat up clock, and neither of these players are home. They're across the 50-yard line of the map. Oh no. Matty Mills 1-2. I think the thing is they don't know where he's at.
And this plays out perfectly for them because he can just lay down on the back line here, wait for them to start making the push across. He's got shots on the 1, snaps to the second as well. Clutch shot from Papa Matty. 4-4 ties the search and destroy up, and that would have been a costly round to lose there. But Matty Melt's walking away with the formerly known ice.
It's been 2 rounds at a time, the entirety of it. Does someone walk away with the next 2 and close this one out? Or do we see around 11 either way? Winner of this round gets us to map point. Either tie the series up, take a 2-0 advantage if you're Baldwin Wallace, but the way they've bounced back here these last couple of rounds, I mean, I'm just looking to Maverick COD to make an adjustment because, well, that's kind of the way this whole series has gone so far.
All comes down to the first blood. Guess who? Khan was there, but it's another 2 kills that come in from Mankato that give him an early advantage. So many initial gunfights going down within the first 15 seconds of the round. It's really hard to wrap your mind around, keep track of everything that's happening. But as Conwell bursts in towards the top of the staircase, he wants no business with anybody on the side of Mankato. Tries to go for number 3. He gives himself a kill there, walks away with an isolated 1 versus 1 gunfight, can wrap around for the next one. Regardless of the fact, though, would have had to been an ace in the round. And now the Mavericks 5-4 at match point here in the S&D. 1 round away from tying up the search and destroy, the series at 1 apiece.
I think for Maverick COD, your adjustment is don't let Conwell get a first blood. Or trade him out. Start there too. That's a good one as well. I think that is the biggest pain point you have now as he's sitting at 12-7. Just to close this one out, but for Baldwin Wallace, 2 rounds straight to win this thing. Maverick COD have done a good job handling everything you've thrown at him thus far, even though it's been 2 VR type of clutch ups.
Same look we saw in that 1 defensive round, where they're going to try and force things out through the back line. This time, though, Baldwin Wallace, they go on the offensive over towards the outside lane, but it's Razor who walks away with the kill onto Conwa, and there goes your initial kill, Bryn, because he was the one who was walking away with all of the gunfights early on in the game, but it's Matty Meltz, Polyester, who now double back with 2. 3 versus 2 in the round here. 34 seconds left on the retake. Matty Ice is able to find one, and now it's Blazy alive in a 1 versus 3. Can he be able to clutch up here and end the S&D out?
I don't think he's going to have an idea of where Polyester is able to try to snap, but not able to get the kill. Here we are. Round 11. I mean, I can't say I'm shocked. Again, both teams have been playing this S&D very impressively. And now, last round to decide it all.
Round 11. Close series between 2 undefeated teams thus far. Hardpoint obviously going in the way of the Yellow Jackets. Mavericks would not want to risk going to another respawn down 0-2 in a series. had the opportunity to close things out there on defense, weren't able to do it this time through. Gonna be bomb in the hand of Kados yet again. 9 and 6, leading the way for the Mavericks in the search and destroy here. 56 HP. You'll dive across, get away with your life, but it's information to the Yellow Jackets that this bomb is going down.
And the flanks coming to the back. How quickly can Maverick COD pick this up? This will blow the entire round open. The same thing you did to them, they're not doing to you. And look, we see these arrows turning, but I wonder for how long. No one's seen anything. So you can see 2 and 4 getting jittery top embassy, trying to find something. Blazy, though, is able to connect for the first blood, man advantage. But again, now these players their position is revealed. You can play around that.
Matty Ice jumps down from the top ropes, is able to find one. Now it's another kill that goes in the way of Conwell. Only 20 seconds, though, here in the round. You still have the numbers for the Yellow Jackets. Semtex up towards the top of the building. You have the information, and one's sticking the defuse right now, but it's Razor, who out the doorway is able to walk away with a kill. Klinger hops in the doorway. Conwell there as well. You can't walk away with the kills, and there's no time left. The Mavericks will clutch up in the S&D. A round 11 win ties things up at 1 apiece. We're guaranteed in map number 4.
Both players playing top embassy won them the round. They're able to play the trade. You just jumped through the door and didn't have an idea where they were coming from. I mean, that was probably one of the more entertaining embassies that we've seen in the sense of, I mean, God was first blood king for the entirety of that. Won most of the round. He was able to get the first blood, but there, you know, at the end, gets shut down a little bit. And I thought the flank was going to work things out for them, but they didn't clear top embassy. They just swung it wide, and when you shoot there, you give away your position. Work the clock well. Quick bomb plant execution for Maverick COD. I mean, just good stuff.
It was. Well, at least we're not going to be talking about the series closing out in a third map. So El Asilo will be the deciding factor of who once again reclaims control of this series. Regardless, though, a fun search and destroy there ends things in a very close margin. Both teams making great adjustments throughout the entirety of the S&D. But really, what I'm most impressed with is that final round there where Mavericks just lay low. They don't give away any information, which has been kind of proven, at least in this best of 5 series, to be the most important thing for either of the two teams in the S&D. And what was a phenomenal game from Conwell to walk away with first blood after first blood. Double kills to start rounds off. Some of those didn't walk away with the round wins, and you're probably shooting yourselves in the back a little bit there because you kind of feel like that search and destroy is brought away from you and pulled away from you. But again, it's your own play that kind of caused that. So regardless of that, though, phenomenal search and destroy. Map 1 was a banger as well. The El Asilo control coming up after a short break. When we come back, we'll break down what we've seen so far in the series, where we're going to be going next. That's all coming up on the back half of the break. We'll be right back in just a minute. You're watching the Naystar League. We promised you an LSCLO control, and that's exactly where we'll be going for map number 3. Fun search and destroy, fun series overall. We'll take a look at the map set here in just a second to see where we've been and where we're going. But realistically speaking, you know, that first hardpoint showed a lot about the kind of the tenacity of this Baldwin Wallace roster, and kind of the consistency that we've had between this team this year compared to last year. I feel like that hard point was probably one they lose last year, but starting off with that 2-0 series win that they've had for themselves over the first 2 games, the first 2 weeks, I really think they've put a good look on the future, and some of the looks that we've seen from them in the past are starting to be things that truly passed.
Absolutely. Search and destroy, they wish they could have taken. Again, I think that more so, like I said, it's hardly the fault of either team and maybe the adjustments that the opposition was making. And for Mankato, simply put, how many times are they losing first bloods and you know, 2v odd situations where they were able to resurrect the round and come out with a win? I mean, it was quite insane out of them to be able to pull off some of those rounds. So it was never a crazy 1v odd clutch, but again, the way they played in tandem with the last 2 players left, great work out of them. But now we're locked in here to an LSCLO control where you're going to need the same thing, right? You're going to need to play in flow, in good pacing with each other around the map. And for now, Baldwin Wallace opened up the first couple of kills. You're trying to get a crack over this A site, but they're able to shut things down for now.
We're going to be able to read where Kato's is, but his teammates still going to be hiding around this A point up and towards the top, wanting to work their way back over towards B, because this offensive push on that B site is probably going to be the more difficult one to hone in early on in a control. Either way, Matty Ice, the first one onto the point. Kato's shots shaky at first, but able to walk away with the kill. Slowly but surely, the map has started to work in their favor, and now that first little bit of progress over on B starting to hit itself in, as you see players number 4 and 1, that's Kato's and Klinger, on this point. Baldwin Wallace on the defensive side now have a task to hold to get back over there. It really, the question becomes, do you wrap around the back or do you fight it from the front?
They're going to try to fight it from the front. Maybe this mid-door portion up and in the face of these players. One tick in, make that almost a second play. Is he going to try to get on? Does he get the second? I don't think he does. And so now you give that effort. You don't quite get both picks, and you have to work back towards this A site with just 35 seconds and ticking. So it felt like that kind of needed to be a more fruitful B venture. This A one, though, even more pressure for it to come out with a capture.
Yeah, absolutely. These last 25 seconds are going to be monumental for how the rest of this control starts to pan out. But the fact that Baldwin was able to hold Mankato from being able to get that second tick of progress on B really shapes up how this first round might continue to play out. First bit of progress on A, though. Lives not being thrown immediately here by the Yellow Jackets over towards this A zone, and as Kato's is just going to be playing very passively, a Conwell will run straight by. He'll be able to pick that player off, and of course now you're going to see this A zone be completely captured. Minute 25 left. Lives still continuing to dwindle down for the defense. They need to not just push one by one and keep giving these Mavericks the life count advantage.
Really interesting that the Yellow Jackets opted not to give that another push. I mean, they only have 1 tick, sure, but they're really just going to be trusting in their ability to hold, which is fine. You're getting out slightly dressed. I mean, Kato's flying on the map doing his thing, but again, you're going to settle into your setup, bleed this clock, because, well, they are aware that there is only 60 seconds left. Hide lives now. Conwa shooting you off spawn. Gotta not be feeling so good. What kind of break can you work as Bladesy finds a kill and then through B?
First 2 kills of the game come in probably the most crucial stages of the first round here. But it's Klinger who's in the back line looking for Conwa. He'd been shooting him off spawn, as Cash alluded to, but now they've cleared the spawn side out. They can start making their way up the map, and you still have Bladesy all the way over by where that B S&D site would be. Polyester shot's going to be there. Semtech's going to force him off down to 24 HP. He's just going to be running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Halfway through that second tick of progress on that B zone. Matty Melts will get the trade there on to Katos. Bladesy's still going to be here. Now on 4 in a row. Second tick of progress. Site going to be stacked. Nobody close here on the spawns for the Yellow Jackets. They need to push back over towards the site, and they're not going to be able to get there. Such a devastating break in there from Mankato. But Minnesota State plays it perfectly. They get a 4-down situation to go their way. They stack the point, and they take the round.
Playing it patiently, it feels different already from what we saw in the hard point, where they had clearance on B a while ago. All 4 players really staying up for the most part, waited until they got another clean set of kills, had players in great positions to chop the Baldwin Wallace players coming off spawn, trying to wrap back quickly, and able to stack the point from there. Bladesy comes into this round on a 4 spree as well, so a good thing for Maverick Cod if he can continue to build upon. Started the round slow, ended it in a much better position. And now what hold can they make defensively as Baldwin Wallace look to try to get towards A?
Still looking to keep an eye on Bladesy here on 4 in a row. Matty Melts will fall in towards the middle of the map on top, at least for the initial couple of kills. It is Mankato who walk away with the advantage. Still on defense, you see Bladesy getting oh so aggressive in towards the spawn side of this Baldwin Wallace roster. Really could start to wreak some havoc here if he's able to get into a good spot. Jumps in around the corner. Matty Melts will fall to the hands of Bladesy, who's now on 6 in a row, and will go ahead and walk away with a cruise missile. But it was a sexy kill, so I mean, you're not too shabby with how you walk away from that, because you have utility in the back pocket.
First tick of progress in a day. Good zoning around this site, and of course Conwell wreaking havoc in close quarters, going to be a pain point as he now transitions towards the B site. A should be all but captured here. Maybe Klinger gonna apply some pressure, but as Matty Melts cuts him down, that is going to be the A point done and dusted. No one going to get back in time, barring any kind of freak play. Contest for a moment, and now you get to set up the defense. Almost 2 minutes on the clock for Baldwin Wallace to work with, a slight life advantage as well. What can you do to hold on?
Kato's spotted out in the corner. Conwell walks away with the kill, but you still have Bladesy once again looking to get behind the opposition. He's in such a good spot right now on the flank. He hasn't spotted anybody out yet, but Conwell will snuff out yet another flank. But here comes Matty Ice with a little flank of his own here in towards the back lines. Now on offense, they continue to make this push. The Yellow Jackets, first tick of progress on B. Do you invest the streak here? I don't know if I'd love to see it invested in such a precarious spot where the lives aren't really going in your favor. This is a round that's very easy to lose, even if you invest it here. And Bladesy, he's just going to continue to push his way forward with the SMG in hand. I love the ability to not invest that there. It's a smart decision by the Mavericks.
In the long run, absolutely going to be the case, even if you give up the round here. A 9 life advantage. I mean, this tick should be coming in unless Razor can go, well, Manacle here. That would be the case, but ends up lining up 2 Polyester close in tow. You gotta think, though, with them still having pressure and presence, they're gonna find a way to get back on this point, but it's still being fought over for the time being.
Bladesy around the corner. Needs to cut down a few players. Basically a 9 life disadvantage here for the defensive side. But they're holding on. The gunfights have been won. And they forced the Yellow Jackets off that point before they could continuously get that last bit of progress over on the B site. Slow hit here from the offense. Plenty of time to work with. Minute 10 on the clock. Matty Ice is just looking for a few players here. Footsteps, more kills coming in from Mankato. Needs to be a cohesive push here for the Yellow Jackets if they want to make it stick over on B.
60 seconds or so left now. You just have to hold on a couple more waves of kills and you're sitting pretty good. Kato's having a look at the sky here for a second, able to bring things back to earth and find a kill. And as you said, going the way of Maverick COD is the kill feed. That's 3 in a row lives. Now just a 3 discrepancy. Maybe starting to scramble a second if you're Baldwin Wallace, trying to figure out where you want to make your next push. How far is someone in our base, if at all? That's 2 down, though. They should be flying at this with just 1 tick needed. How quickly can Maverick COD get back? I mean,
with 30 seconds left, if you continuously win these kills, maybe you can start justifying the streak being used, especially since Bladesy's on 4 in a row yet again. He's going to be able to find number 5. 4 lives remaining. No respawns here from Mankato, and as he falls, it's Baldwin Wallace, who have now made their push back over towards the zone. 1 player alive on it. They need to be able to chop this player down quickly, but it's the rest of the players from the Yellow Jackets now making their way up the map, trying to stack this point to win the gunfights they needed. And the Mavericks, they made it close towards the end, but it's still the Yellow Jackets of Baldwin Wallace who will walk away with a round win.
But they don't get that tick, so this offensive effort will be really interesting out of Maverick COD if we end up looking at around 5 potentially. You don't get all of them there. 5 out of 6 though, so not sitting too bad. They were able to almost clutch it up for the side of Mankato. Wish they could have had that one, but a resilient effort at that. Now Baldwin Wallace, they can either go around on defense to make some adjustments to try to hold off these pushes, and given how well they play at a faster tempo, I'd like to see them get a little more aggressive here.
Wouldn't mind that either. See those purple arrows making their way over towards that A zone. You can see that south side gunfight. Matty Melts off on an island by himself. No reinforcements there. Bladesy gonna nade the close little cut there, or Matty Melts wouldn't be able to get inside if he was a bit closer. Razor will trade that out. Conwell going to be the one pushing up. Communication should be there here for Mankato, and it will be. Bladesy around the corner will cut down Conwell. And now you look to Matty Ice, who's on the flank, but Klinger, very aware of what's going on, cuts that player down, and now it's a 3 life advantage for offense. You have the entire B zone left to get, but the A zone off the board already. 2 minutes and plenty of time to work with.
Maverick COD, we had asked at the start of the night how maybe they would vote as far as productivity goes without one of their better players in Y-Dog. You bring back Klinger and Bladesy, well, Razor and Kato stepping up to the plate. Now, not to say they have the flashiest score lines at this moment, but you can tell the way they're moving around the map, the plays that they're making, all in the right direction. This Mankato squad's looking tough here in this control and very much looming to give themselves a potential advantage.
Right in the middle of the map. 2-2 split back and forth between these two teams. Going to be difficult here to commit to this hill if you are the Mankato roster. See player number 3 in Bladesy just behind that truck there. Waiting, lying patiently. But Matty Ice is going to spot him there under that trailer. He's not going to be able to walk away with anything just yet. Back to the respawn block with E. Mankato still trying to make their offensive push up the map. But all of these slow hits that they're trying to make here are slowly dwindling that clock down. All Baldwin Wallace needs to do at this juncture, keep them off of B, but make sure that clock continues to go down.
Matty Ice in a good position here, but you give up the cross to Bladesy. You're trying to work Katos through the back lines to try to get someone there, but as long as Matty Ice is alive, he's wreaking havoc by his lonesome on this hill. Now you see the map spread coming in for the rest of the Baldwin Wallace players, and as you said, they haven't gotten a clean look at B this entire time. They've danced around it, haven't quite gotten on it, and you're starting to feel the pressure here.
You see player number 4, that was Katos. He popped dead silence, trying to make his way in towards this building. In the backside, he's got the height advantage. Shots on the polyester will connect. That's going to refresh his dead silence for the moment's time. Razor snaps to the second. All purple in the kill fleet now as they start to push back over towards B. This is what get them their first offensive round. It was everybody from Baldwin Wallace spawning deep down towards the bottom left of the hill. And now as you see 24 seconds left, everybody's starting to stack the point. 2 players on it for now. The Mavericks roster have control of this B zone. And as polyester from the top ropes will once again try to jump down, he doesn't spot the player who's behind the crates, and that allows Katos to come in from the top and help out Razor, who now has a 1 versus 1 in front of him in the hill. Great cover. Matty Meltz is still going to be here, but the reinforcements from both sides have now gotten themselves over towards the point. Klinger for 2. Second tick of progress on B now in. 20 seconds left in the round, and it's polyester trying to make the hero plays, but as Razor is still alive here on the point, he's able to walk away with another kill. Reinforcements have to run now, sprint across the map, and as you can't touch the zone, the Mavericks will stay down, the Mavericks will push in, and the Mavericks will take a commanding 2-0 lead.
Unreal round of them to close out. It's odds, time, stacked against them, and they find a way to clutch up and get it done. I mean, moving and grooving, flowing around the map for now. Baldwin Wallace just could not get in position. Like you said, some missed timings maybe in finding players, but at every turn, Maverick COD was there to get the kill. Great job from them now, as you said, having a 1 round advantage in this control and having the potential to take a series lead at 2-1 as well.
Here we go. Stuns bottom. Semtex in as well. Forces them back. Allows the defense to get super aggressive here and towards the bottom bar area. As those wool tables are the only bit of cover that Baldwin Wallace have. Razor will open the door up with a nice little first blood via the way of headshot. Conwa trade onto Bladesy. Kato's there once again, but it's polyester who will shut that player down that was streaking around on the spawn side of the Baldwin Wallace offensive push. And now out over towards A. Razor looking for polyester, who's just got just enough on the point here not to peek out too aggressively.
And that rules Razor ineffective, so you're going to see him come down from tower and try to get in the mix, and well, it's going to be worthwhile at that. You're able to clear the zone. Just 1 player left above, and you're taking care of things at B. So, again, you're juggling a couple of things, still managing to stay alive for now, but a couple kills go the way of Baldwin Wallace, and suddenly you could be looking at progress on both sides. Reinforcements group back over towards A. That's where they'll concentrate their efforts. About 1 tick in now.
I love the play that Conwa made. Instead of going directly out over towards B, not knowing where Mankato had their defensive forces set up, he goes back in towards the mid portion of the building and forces those players to just play passive on defense, not allowing them to get back over towards A, giving 1-on-2 gunfights towards the side of the Yellow Jackets, and this will get them and net them that second tick of progress. It's all up to Katos now. Do you push out onto this point here? Do you try to make the hero play, or do you let it all go and then slowly pick your way over towards a few more kills? Right now, it's just about dwindling this life count down from the Yellow Jackets, and this polyester will snap back around the corner. He's already gone with his life out of dodge. They're going to go be out over towards B, but it's still 1:40 to work with for Baldwin Wallace.
They win a couple good kills on transition, so that they don't stop that progress. Like you said, you still bleed a couple more lives. You give yourself a 4-life advantage. It's aggressive spread coming in from them, not taking up too much of the map, and no super clean lines of sight with players playing in the mid building, but off spawn, you're still spawning close, so you know that they're blocking the further ones. How quickly do you check your back if you're Razor, Matty Ice, Matty Meltz, combining for the triple now as they're on B?
I mean, does it matter now? Yes, you have one in your back lines, but you have 3 players stacking this point, and you have player number 7 in Conwa all the way towards your spawn side, cutting them off. So even if that flank comes through, nobody's in a position to help out with the rest of the point. And if you're Blazy, you just need to sprint out and run. You have no time to sit here. 2 ticks have already gone through, and the 3rd one comes in. I mean, what are we doing? Why are we playing so passive?
I think he got the streak in. I think that's what he did, but the trophy blocked it, so it didn't. Because I was wondering too. I was like, why is he saying? I think he caught in the cruise. It was a little quiet, but the trophy also blocked it, so he tried to call in that cruise, but it was just too late. As you said, they had a 3 stack.
And even then, I don't. Again, you have the 2-1 advantage. Even if this goes to a final round like it is now, you would have loved to have the streak to use here, whether it's to get onto a point or hold something off on the defensive angle. Now you just kind of give yourself an SOL opportunity where you don't have the streak, you don't have opportunities, and now you're going to be on, yes, it's defense, but trying to hold Baldwin Wallace, who have made the best of their offensive ability so far. No team has been able to win a defense, and now you're streakless.
You can see whenever panic kind of settles in, you try to make a play at the last second. They're more times than not going to have a trophy on that, as you said. Now, we'll see how influential that can be to this round. Is Baldwin Wallace flying around the map already on this A site. When does Bladesy want to get involved? Razor's playing tower once again, trying to look over, relay information to his team, but Hanwha is able to cut him down. Matty Melts connects for another, and that's a free A site for now, barring whatever Kados can do.
I mean, that was like a deja vu moment. Razor by himself all the way up and towards the radio side, and now it's 3 players once again stacking his zone here on offense for Baldwin Wallace. First bit of progress going through. Nobody going to be able to touch this point for the defensive team before the second bit of progress comes in, and now you start playing the game of, all right, when do we start working our way over towards B? Do we push the spawn side out? You can see Mankato spawning very close over towards B, and it's Razor who's making a deep spawn push with the rest of his teammates just to try and work out something here. Matty Ice, the first one up for a challenge, isn't able to walk away with a kill. It's Razor who takes him down, gets his life in out of dodge. 2 life now, make it 3 advantage to Baldwin Wallace on offense. Minute 55. Mankato have so much work they need to do to hold this push off.
And they're not quite set up as comfortably as you would have liked. They haven't gotten a clean kill feed either in quite a long time. It's really been Baldwin Wallace having the ability to trade out, if not come out on top with numbers. You see that once again. They're spawning close. They have players up and aggressive. Razor, the only one left here who could make something happen, is able to find 2, so that'll let his teammates get back in the mix. What route does Bladesy take though through the back, and is it effective?
He's just going to play the corner here. But instead of getting the one that's going to go through the bar, it's actually Matty Melts who makes the play all the way out through the spawn site back over by A. But is Razor going to be wary of this push that's being made? And the answer is absolutely yes. Matty Melts will back off. Weakens could be. No streaks able to be used here from Baldwin Wallace on offense. Same can be said about defense. 2 life advantage. Klinger's going to be able to spot one down from below, but it's Conwa and Matty Melts who are across the map who have found 2, and now it's to the backline spawn. And who is going to be the one that sits back and tries to cut everybody off on the cross? The answer is going to be Conwa. Snaps to the first, is able to walk away with a kill. Looks for the second on the spawn side. Hasn't found anything just yet, but this stun check is absolutely going to be crucial here. Semtex over the top, sticks him, walks away with a kill. Matty Ice is there for another double, and this is going to give them the B zone for free.
It's the Baldwin Wallace special at this point. They slow play it 2 players through the back. They know they still spawn close for one more sequence. And then Conwa with attack, able to sit deep, chop him down off spawn while the rest of your teammates stack the point. Bladesy, what can you do? But this one could be over.
Shaky shot's not going to be able to walk away with the first one quick enough, and that doesn't allow him to get back onto the point with the rest of his team. Flying from the top is Matty Melts as he gets into the zone as well. Here to play with Polyester. You have to sprint onto the zone. You have to run directly into the pre-aims of the Yellow Jackets, and you can't get back in time. The streak investment doesn't pay off. Everything goes wrong in the final round, and Baldwin Wallace will take yet again the advantage of the series. 2-1 up after the control, going into the hydroelectric hardpoint for map 4.
Finished 32 and 24. I mean, again, they did that back-to-back offensive rounds where, I mean, all of their offensive rounds where they worked with the back 2 players, let them spawn close for one more sequence, and then just had complete map control from there. When you're spawning that far out, you don't even need a 4 stack to be able to cut that down with the way Conwa was, shooting them off spawn. So that's a well-executed play for them offensively. They get it in round 5. Now find themselves up 2-1, where you said coming into the control, you're a Maverick COD team that's weary of going to back-to-back respawns here. In a sense, they gave it a good fight, but at this level, at this competition, every decision has a monumental impact. And again, I think to me, not having that streak and not being able to find too many more kills behind that as far as end sequence as a team goes, definitely hurt you in that round 5.
Yeah, big decisions like that are going to be costly in a series, no matter which way you kind of dice it up. it's things like that are, you know, small mental mistakes, but the good news, at least in that regard, right, is they can be cleared up pretty easily, and you can really start to just
Okay, we have Cornmeal disconnected from VMix, so I'm going to be chatting for a second. I still hear him in my ear, but he is no longer connected. So anyway, he was kind of shaping it up and talking about going into map 4, which for Hydro, it's going to be important for Baldwin Wallace 1 to continue leveling and executing at the productivity which was they were on the respawns and flying around and getting fast. That's where they find the most success. And then for Maverick COD, yeah, you need a stout bounce back here because you're going to have to respond with the next 2 maps. Your S&D looks really good. You gotta survive a really mixy respawn where you have to have your decisions on point, and we saw them falter there in the control.
Yeah, hi, welcome back.
Hi. I was just like staring off listening to you talk because I still heard you, and you know, the director told me, hey, he's like, hey, he's gone, and I was like, I still hear him for some reason, and he's like, hey, he's gone still, and I was like, oh, God, I'm with it now.
Well, hopefully the freeze frame wasn't too bad. Any screenshots you can send my way if you want to. Regardless of the fact, though, you know, getting off to a hot start on Hydro, very important. Being able to string those first 2 hills together definitely puts a damper on a lot of things because the team can get out easily, almost to a 120-point lead if you're not careful after those first 2 hills. And for, you know, again, both of these teams, they haven't looked bad in their response. They haven't looked bad in their search and destroy. It's been a really even close series between 2 of the best and rather undefeated teams standing besides Northwood in the 2nd East Division. But regardless of that fact, you know, all it takes is, you know, a couple kill sequences to go one team's way. You break out for those early spawns over towards P2, and you're looking at a hydroelectric map that completely just shafts you the wrong way, and you go down the sinker.
Both teams have to be bringing their A game to this one. For, you know, Maverick COD, they've been close in the respawns, not quite able to take them, and they were really tested in the S&D. This is one where it tests every level of your Call of Duty knowledge, and I don't mean that even in the best way all the time. It's one where spawns get a little hectic. You have to be aware, and again, you said at the top of the show, and I think it's just a really good point for Maverick COD, especially at this state and what we've seen so far of the series. You gotta win your ones. How well can they do that here? Is Condom and Polyester combined for the first 2, Matty Mouse tacks on the 3rd.
Yeah, Bladesy made a big play there to shut everything down the Baldwin Wallace thought they were going to have for themselves, because that looked very scary as an opening break. But this is just going to allow the reinforcements to get here. Bladesy will survive for a 3rd one as well. He has kind of been the thorn in the side of Baldwin Wallace, even if it hasn't been the flashiest on the kill board. It's the memorable plays and the important kills that he's getting that are keeping a lot of these series close and alive. And these games have gone down to the wire because of the things that he has done. So not to make it seem like he's the only one doing anything for the Mavericks, but again, he has been so influential because of the plays that he's been making. Matty melts another kill here and towards the hill. 2 seconds left here in a rotation back over towards P2. Which team will get the lion's share of time here? The first team is the Yellow Jackets.
Klinger in the back. Razor wrapping through P4 as well. This next set of kills would give them spawns, but that's the thing. You've got to win these next set of kills. Conva sniffs out 1. Is the other player going to pounce? You're hoping your teammates can win a battle or 2 from the front to make it easier. That's not going to be the case. So they continue to hold on. They continue to have close spawns. And now, Maverick COD, after making the break attempt from the front, with player 8 in Matty Mills zoned up at P1.
4th Street cut down. Mankato happy to walk away with that kill, but they're also happy to get in for the back half of this 30 seconds of time here. And now if you are the Yellow Jackets, of course, the decision once again, do we rotate? Do we force a couple bodies back at Old? And somehow Matty Ice will walk away with the kill there. Conwa there for a double 2. Just to be an annoyance here and force these purple arrows to continuously spawn on the right side of the mini-map. This is really what you're trying to do here. You want to make sure that you can get as much time on this hill uncontested as humanly possible. The spawns are going to be close. It's going to be at least another wave of kills that are going to have to come through before Mankato can really start hitting in towards the hill next.
Conva, cut off man mid-map, able to find 1 before getting traded. Now the push quickly coming through a couple different lanes, but you have a player in the back in Matty Melts watching this push where it decides to come through. As you said, the first 10 or 15 seconds coming in cleanly. Matty Melts takes care of the flank. Now the battle's going to be from the front.
Yeah, Bladesy falling up top, going to be big. This is going to allow Conwo to once again be in from behind. Player up and towards the right. Dead Silence won't get popped, but Klinger will be able to stay alive with his life. Matty Ice a trade there. Pinstripe kill feed. Now on the back line is Blazy looking to be a nuisance yet again. Takes a dive into the water. Ladder not going to be of use just yet, but as he pops back up, the spawn's still in for the yellow roster of the Yellow Jackets. And as Conwo finds yet another kill, it's still heavily contested here in towards P3. The problem is, Mankato, all the efforts that they had to break into this hill really only are going to net them about 20-30 seconds of time at max.
You keep it at least from going more than a 30 or so point lead. You get out on rotation as well. It's not the cleanest setup as players are already spawning, well, back at P3, and you already have the Yellow Jackets working across the map in a swarm. Time pops. You're on it for now, but this push quickly coming into a couple different lanes. How clean is the setup going to be?
A big team fight here. Conwo, backline, shots onto one. Immediate trade to one. Mankato going to be the ones at least in the advantage for the time being. Second kill going to come in from Razor here. Spawn still close. The purple team now laying down and towards the point. And yet again, Baldwin Wallace just going to have to play passive here and wait for the reinforcements to start making their way up the map. But the pinch is on, the hit is through, and Matty Melts is in through the top and in towards the point. Shots out from the left. Not going to be able to walk away with anything, but it's Matty Ice who's trying to once again be the savior for this hit here in towards P4. Won't be able to walk away with anything, but again, it's still just another consecutive quick hit here from the Yellow Jackets, really living up to their name and the mascot.
Player 2, Blazy, trying to slip through to influence P5 spawns, but it's going to be 1v1 with him and Polyester for this rotation. You're going to get the back 10 of time and have a very small lead going into P5, but Blazy taking the deep route, trigger discipline as well, knows someone's back here. This kill could flip spawns, could open things up for the squad. They're all waiting on him.
Such an influential moment here. If Blazy's able to find the second and you really lock down these spawns, now you have created a pinch for yourself where Katos is in the front and can weaken and kill up that Matty Melts player who just tries to duck and escape in towards the corner to play his life. Another kill from the top. Klinger there with great shots. These breaks have been impeccable from Mankato, but we haven't seen the effects be able to really elongate that into a lot of substantial time. Spawn still in the back here. Baldwin Wallace in for another hit, and as Connor was able to walk away with the first blood in towards that hill, Polyester in from the top as well. It's going to be trades back and forth and another pinstripe kill feed, but another situation where Mankato's not getting time.
And they have such an even workload distribution. I mean, looking at the slaying, right, it's really just Conwo and Matty Melts going crazy for the team. A little more balanced out of Maverick COD, yet they aren't able to get these times. That's because, well, the Matty Melts and Conwo are finding 2 or so kills at a time whenever they get them. You're just down 20 or so seconds now with still enough time to make things scrappy going into P1, but again, 5 seconds maybe going your way here. You need a squeaky clean P1 setup. You'd love the transition at the P2 further along, but it all starts here as this hill pops.
I mean, for how the game has went so far, about as even killing as you can be throughout the first 5 hard points of a hydroelectric map. This Katos will lay down inside of the hill with the rest of the team here. Conway's just trying to get some sort of information, maybe a peek angle onto this Katos player, but the answer for now is at least no. He's not able to find anything in towards that point. Razor will get cut down from the top. Matty Ice starting to make his way up the map with Polyester as well. Drop shot, not going to be able to connect. Blazy walks away with a gunfight win, and now as he can commit to this re-challenge, here come the reinforcements from Mankato. You still have Klinger trying to play across the map and look for a very long, elongated push, maybe to either disrupt the spawns, but more importantly, he was just trying to create a pinch play with the rest of the team.
And I was just about to say, you don't want to go 4 down in this situation and give up spawns like that, but who is it? Once again, Blazy able to find 2, not quite able to connect for the third. Spawns are going to be a little mixy for a second, but you should retain control, and with that kill coming in, you'll have P2 spawns on lock. How quickly can you get any of this time is, again, Baldwin Wallace as a squad pushing quickly towards the front side of hill. No one in time just yet as the hill pops, and a player spawning out in player 4.
And I mean, that's the crazy thing too. Again, like we had talked about beforehand, like what has Blazy been able to do for this team? It hasn't been flashy before this game, but this game is really the nail in the coffin. 21-13 makes a huge play towards the end of that P1 hill to cut down 2 from behind, and then Baldwin Wallace doesn't get the spawns out for P2 because they can't all rotate together, and this has led Mankato to getting themselves the first lead for themselves in the game. It seems crazy saying that with how good they've been playing, but Blazy is on a mission. This is his map. He has taken over.
Now you have to just hold on for the back 25 of time, and you could really set yourself up to close in on that 200-point mark. Put this one nearly out of reach, but it won't be out of reach until you hit 250. Baldwin Wallace always with an opportunity to bounce back. You get a full 60 on P2. You get the lion's share of time on P1. Now on P3, the question will be, how quickly can you be able to break? Baldwin Wallace are not letting you across this map easily. They're going to make you take a couple gunfights first.
The first time they would put the backs against the wall inside of the series, Mankato bounced back with a search and destroy win, albeit it was in the round 11. They had the ice to clutch up. Hydroelectric comes along, backs against the walls once again. They have themselves a 30-point advantage. Still tons of game to play here in map number 4. At least for right now, they can breathe a little easy as the backline and spawns are still going to be in the way of the Maverick side. Polyester, jump challenge across the front door, snaps to one. Matty Ice is there from the top ropes. It is Matty Melts, goes ahead and pairs for another. It's Kados who now has two, looking for a third. Matty Melts from the left side, gonna jump into the water, but up and towards the window. He'll be able to make the play, and now towards the backside, he can find a third. Now making a fourth. Oh, Matty Melts on 4 in a row. Still 20 seconds here, plenty of time to work with, and many players of purple still spawning in the back.
Polyester trying to get out on rotation as well. You're going to get this time cleanly. You will have the lead, if not by a couple of points. Now on rotation, it is an all-out brawl. All players for Mankato trying to get here. As the hill pops, it is going to be anyone's game. Conway now developing a pent. These players are trapped in the site. They've got to make an adjustment.
Tied up as we get over towards the right side of the minimap. 2 versus 3 for the next hill. It all comes down to who wins the initial gunfights here. Matty Ice snaps for one. It's there a trade there on Razor. Now can just hold himself in towards the point. Polyester has to clutch up here, but now he has reinforcements to help. But you have to look for Klinger, who now has a spawn flip all the way in the back line. The pinch is starting to come through, but Baldwin Wallace, for the time being, have got themselves a dedicated spawn over towards the right side of the map, but it's a spawn out and a split spawn now, of course, as I say that, where we still see our teams within 2 points of one another. Mankato just a bit in the lead by 2.
The only thing certain about these maps is how uncertain spawns are. Beyond that, it is anyone's game. 184, 185. Mankato doing everything they can to hold on. Baldwin Wallace with back spawns and time for now. 20 seconds or so left for him. Could eclipse that 200-point mark. Maverick COD are going to put all their eggs in one basket on P5 here. Try to get a hold. Try to put this one away. If not this hill, at least get themselves darn close.
They're going to let him get past 200. And that kill there by Razor very well might be the dagger to what could be at least 30 seconds of time.
Oh my gosh.
Just spawn in the back. It's Polyester. And all of a sudden things just change around completely, but it's Blazy trying to make the play. Still going to be spawning top portion of the map. Mankato starting to make their way south, but it's the side of Baldwin Wallace who now are winning the gunfights in towards the point. And as Klinger has an important 1v1 on Matty Ice, he has tried to chase him through the back line, but he gets away with his life, and Baldwin Wallace are in. 200, 210, 10 seconds separating the two teams, and it's the side of Baldwin Wallace still are trying to get in. Mankato say no.
Despite the mixy spawns, it was Mankato holding the time for the entirety of it. Now it's sitting empty, but again, that still goes to benefit Maverick COD. Baldwin Wallace cannot get in, even with close spawns. Blazy constant making things mixy. He's able to find 4, tries to go for the 5th, but cannot. Now a pinch, now flooding in back towards the hill. It's all hectic, it's all crazy. No one can win it here. Baldwin Wallace would love to sit at 230 if they could. We're going back to P1 where, again, early advantage to Baldwin Wallace on rotation.
In such a close game, these late hills, these 10, 15 seconds of time seem like they're full 60s almost at certain points. And now as Conwa has set himself up here in towards the bottom of P1, shots are going to ring out in towards the top. He can't snap back for the second. It's Mankato who have the hill in sole possession here at P1 for the time being, but they're still down by about 20 points. And Baldwin Wallace will have at least 2 attempts to get back in towards this point. And of course, that bars them even breaking in through the first one. Matty Ice, Semtex over the top. Conwa connects with a Semtex of his own, and he's at 35 here inside of map number 4. Polyester hasn't had a great game. Towards the end, though, might be the difference maker for this Yellow Jacket team.
All 4 down, 30 seconds left. You can't win it here if you're Maverick COD, so this rotation is everything. Even if you end up giving up this time, you have to hold on at least for 3 more seconds just to know Baldwin Wallace can't win it here. So you check that box, you're good to go. Even if this player falls, expect them to come off spawn in full retreat mode, setting up this push, or setting up this hold, excuse me, for P4. The game comes down to this.
It almost took 35 seconds in totality last time for the Yellow Jackets to break into the P2 hold that Mankato had for themselves, and you see an off-screen engagement between Klinger and Matty Ice goes the way of this Minnesota State roster. Blazy with the SMG in hand starts to make his way up the map. Polyester, big entry kill. This is going to open the map just a bit more for the Yellow Jackets to make their way in. 9 seconds for one team, 15 for the second, but they have sole possession of the hill. But as I say that, here comes the push. Conwa in. Matty Melts found the first gunfight. You need to challenge back here, and as Conwa gets out, it's a contestant in towards the point, but Conwa turns back around. He finds a second with the help of Matty Ice. They get to 250. They'll take this series 3-1, and the hopes and dreams of the Mavericks forcing a Game 5 will all crumble here on the hydroelectric map. Their power has been shut off.
It took them a second. They were only funneled through one lane with Klinger locking down bottom rock. Baldwin Wallace did what they do best. Behind Conwa, able to push through and get the break through the front, by way of the hard way, to close that one out. I mean, I really thought Maverick had a chance to close it out. Klinger was doing everything right, playing that rock heady, cutting all the players off, not letting a flank develop. But I've said it a few times at this point. Winning your ones can dictate a game, and it just feels like that's kind of been what the deal's been with Maverick COD in this one. least in the respawns, and that's exactly the case here. They couldn't win the one from the front. They couldn't hold on. Convo goes big at the end, and hey, Baldwin Wallace walk out. Now they're 3-0.
I mean, you got to tip it there, though, towards the end. You know, the last time through, Baldwin Wallace, either if they had the rotation, they were able to hold it down, but if they didn't, it was so difficult for them to break into a few of those hills, P2 being one of them. It had been a pain point so far in the map, but, you know, one thing we didn't see throughout that series was, you know, one or two hills just being strung together and a big lead being put onto the other team. It was both teams being able to make great breaks towards the hill. And again, a series that was as close as this one probably deserved to go all the way to a game number 5. But again, one team has to come out victorious, and in some of those situations, those key moments towards the end of the game, the Yellow Jackets were able to have that ice step up to the plate and make those moments known and make the necessary plays to take over and eventually win those maps. Cash, closing thoughts before we go to a quick break and then send things to an interview afterwards.
Yeah, impressive out of Baldwin Wallace as far as the respawns go, continually showing that not only can they, you know, hold a significant amount of time when they get set up, they can break very, very team. A scary thing going into the rest of the season, tighten up the S&D a little bit, and again, like we talked about, their ceiling so high.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to send things to a break. When we come back, we'll have Maddie Meltz up from the side of Baldwin Wallace College. Be with us for an interview, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment. We got another series on the backside of another break as well, so see you in a couple minutes. Welcome back, and a big congratulations to the side of Baldwin Wallace. The Yellow Jackets walk away in 4 maps out of a best of 5 over the side of Mavericks COD to give themselves another win in the win column. They're still undefeated at this point in the season. What better way to cap things off than an interview with Maddie Meltz. Maddie, will bring him in now. Congratulations first and foremost on the victory there for the guys. How does it feel coming away and walking away, still remaining undefeated, being next to Northwood as the only undefeated team left in your pool?
It's definitely nice. It's definitely nice to be like one of the premier teams, I guess. But we still have a lot of work on. You can see like we threw away some rounds in the search, and kind of the control, we were kind of frantic, and we finally brought that back. But we definitely got stuff to work on. So that's a plus and a minus, I guess.
Absolutely. I was actually just kind of going to hit on that. I mean, kind of a double-ended question in a sense. What do you guys feel at this point? It's still early on in the season, right? But what do you feel your guys' strongest point is? And then what do you feel is priority 1 as far as improvements go?
Probably I'm going to start with the second one. Probably our first priority is just getting reps. I mean, we're probably like 3 months behind. We only started playing probably 3 weeks ago when the CCO qualifiers came out. So we've been just trying to get reps. And I guess probably our strongest thing is our communication. Like, everyone's really cool, calm, and collected when it comes to comms. And that's just going to improve with more reps. So I'm really excited for this.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm excited to see you guys continue to play. You know, I'd seen you guys early on as you came in to the fall semester, and as you said, you don't have a lot of reps in a sense coming into it. But how do you guys feel having the same 4 returning players? What's the confidence level like? Obviously, you guys are 3-0, but how are you guys feeling just as far as team camp vibes go?
Team vibes are super high. I mean, we have a couple guys who really don't play the game like at a challenger's level like Connor does. So having him kind of like father those guys in, and as we get more reps, they keep getting more and more comfortable with each other. And last year, I guess we had a 5th who kept like we'd sub in and out every other game, and it was really tough to like try to regain that same level of play when changing out a player. So
That's definitely true. And then I guess one more question here before you close it out. I think we lost McCormill, so I'll ask you one more and we'll close it out on his behalf. But, you know, I talked to Conway early last season. He said the main focus was not only being happy to represent Baldwin Wallace as far as being new to the collegiate scene, but getting everyone on the same page. How high do you guys, I guess it's a moment to kind of gas yourself in a sense, but how high do you guys feel your ceiling is? Because coming into it, Conway last year had said, we don't really have too many crazy expectations. It's kind of our first go around. Do you guys feel the expectations ramp up exponentially, knowing what your potential could be?
I think expectations is a weird word. I think we hold ourselves to a really high standard because we know how well we can play when we choose to play the right way. It's just trying to make those stretches of when we play longer and we play better every time. So as long as we keep improving, I think our sky's the limit, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay. And for you all time, so
yeah, no, I know. It's all good, but Maddie, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Got some great insights to the team. So good luck throughout the rest of the season. Hopefully, you guys will be making some waves come playoff time, and maybe be fighting for a championship at the end of the year. So.
I hope so. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, we got another series up on the docket. Keanu going up against Blinn College, one team undefeated on the side of Blinn College. And where Keanu's concerned, it was a weird matchup last week on stream against ICC, but they'll look to bounce back, get themselves to a 2-1 happenstance so far in the season, and hopefully continue to push for a nice playoff run towards the end of the year. Both teams, a lot of good things in store. It'll be a fun matchup for sure. One team will obviously take it, the other will go down at least a peg inside of the standings. But until we get to that point, we're going to step aside, take a break. When we come back, another best of 5 series up on the docket. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the A-Star. We had a fun first best of 5, but now it's time for our second one of the night. Keanu going up against Blinn College. Undefeated Blinn, 1-1 for Keanu on the season thus far, both inside of the West Conference for standings. And this is where things really start to shake down. We start getting to see who the top teams are in a specific conference, who the mid-pack teams are, and then there's always going to be the inevitable teams that start falling lower and lower in the standings. Two pretty tough matchups for Keanu to start off the year, but it's going to be one that's going to test a lot of their ability inside of the season. And realistically speaking, this is probably the biggest game they're going to have to play all year long, besides when they play Oklahoma Christian.
I mean, that really is the case. So they need to come out here and make a statement early on. I mean, you had talked about it, but it's one where I don't have to come out and show that, you know, they had a kind of lackluster performance coming into qualifiers. No one really with too memorable of a performance. Things need to start clicking quickly. You need to really separate yourselves, well, no pun intended, from the pack, and find a way to again get yourself sitting well as quickly as we're, or as, you know, early as we are in week 3. We will very quickly be facing down the barrel of the postseason, and every week's matches are going to be so important from here on out. I mean, looking at these rosters, of course, we don't have too much as far as what Blinn College brings to the table, but we've had eyes on this Keanu team, and we know that again across the board we need to see a step up.
Yeah, the Huskies last week, I mean, genuinely speaking, it was probably the closest 3-0 that I've ever seen. The first map was a 249 to 250 loss. Then they lost in round 11 of the Search and Destroy 5-6, and then they lost in the Control 2-3. And that was all, of course, to Independence Community College, which have also fallen down to a 1-1 happenstance inside of the league as well. So overall, that's where the Huskies are standing right now. Again, we don't want to phrase up a must-win in this kind of situation either. But, you know, week 3, you've already played, you know, 2 really solid teams within your own division. This is one of those big ones that's going to truly matter towards the end of the season when we start talking about, seeding capabilities. We start talking about playoff contention. You're absolutely pinning this as like, okay, we need to just take, Peg Leg Pirates and really start to just, throw them to the wayside, make them walk the plank in a series. So to the opposite side, though, of course, talking great about the Huskies, Blinn College, great 2 first wins for you, 3-0s in both of the series. Both of these teams already played and beat TAMU inside of their season as well. So really the one question that does remain is, are the Pirates legit at that 2-0 like kind of standings point, or are the Huskies just going to be able to bounce back off of a tough week?
Yeah, I'm really looking at the Keanu bounce back because it's a team that we've been able to see a bit of, not only this year, of course, but even in years prior. And it's one where they're trying to build a season for themselves where, hey, they make some waves, they turn some heads, and no better group to do this in, and no better way to kick it off than taking down a team that's, like you said, undefeated thus far. One that can really show the work we've been putting in, the improvements we're trying to make. When you start to see those, manifest and come to life in a series, the way you can execute and get things done, definitely turns everything up into a positive manner, right? You feel better, the comms are better, the vibes are flowing better. So all signs point to Keanu needing to have a good night tonight to kick things off. Of course, Blinn, I mean, what you're doing to get to this position at 2-0, yeah, continue doing that. That's definitely going to be something they want. But again, having that highlight on the Huskies, they want to come out and have a strong night. And looking at this map set, it's a weird one. It is. I mean, LSCLA back-to-back, I don't know that I've seen all that often as far as maps 2 and 3 go. And Embassy to start and end. We've gassed up Hotel so much, being one teams like to square off on. Obviously, neither team feeling too comfortable with that. So we're going to Embassy, and I mean, who in your mind kind of has to show up as far as like positional players go, ARs or subs more so?
This map, like, as much as it's dictated by how aggressive your SMGs can play, I said this on Monday when we were talking about this kind of map too. When you force an AR to lock down a lane on this map, it can be devastating. It's the same way that it plays kind of in the Search and Destroy, where those top windows where you can get that elevation change and you can really get the high ground on your opponents. You have a lockdown AR that's able to hold down the middle of a map on a rotation over to 3, or being able to make sure nobody can cut through a middle onto 2. It's really, again, I don't think that's Embassy.
What kind of map's that?
I might be tripping. I personally don't think it's Embassy. All jokes aside, though, just continuing along that was quick. Hey, that's good props. But just to kind of just close up the thought quickly, absolutely, it's going to come down to who is the stronger set of ARs and who's going to let their subs just run free.
Going to be the case, and just to expound on that while we still have a moment, yeah, your ARs are everything, because how many lanes can you lock down from one power position? I mean, you'd love for one spot to lock down 3 or 4 different points of attack, and that's exactly what these teams are going to do. That's what those windows offer, as you say. So we'll be looking at our ARs throughout the entirety of this and what kind of subs can generate some energy for their teams early. Xelio is already in a spot. Great witness watching the cross, and again, gunfire ringing left, right, and center. ARs get the first blood for the side of Blinn College, and now Brody opening things up and around the site, trying to get time for Keanu.
And we'll jump out the window. Cut down by Brody. Xelio's there as well, and the Great Witness won't be able to find much early on here, but it's the first 20 seconds of time that go to the Pirates. 30 seconds left here on point 1. We'll start talking about rotation here in about 10-15 seconds, but for right now, you can see Blinn just trying to set themselves up on that right portion of the mini-map to really start locking down what they're going to hope to keep as those rotations for P2.
And we'll get our overlays flipped there at the top once again. We have Keanu on your right, Blinn on your left, so Keanu College locking down P2 for the start. Well, at least finding a couple kills as this hill looks to pop in a few seconds, but Blinn College looking to try to put pressure through the bottom side of the map, and they're already here.
Hers 4 in a row. Beautiful. Hot start to the hard point so far. Lando, not the caster, out here towards the truck, also got himself 4 in a row. Streaking on both sides of the coin is Xelios, who will be the first one to push things out. 3 straight kills going to come through. Now it's Munch, the last one alive, and as all 4 now will fall, the side of the Pirates going to be back to the respawn block, trying to push their way through. Keanu, beautiful start here to a map 1 hardpoint.
Concurs find the 6 and get streaks. That would bode so well with so much of the map left to play, and a lot of this being open in a sense could definitely be influential. We'll see if they can find that last kill. Either way, everyone kind of trying to streak and do the best they can. Out to a 40 or so point lead with 20 seconds still up for grabs, mind you, on P2. Lando's trying to slip the net through the back and is going to get the better of the gunfight there. So the back 10 or so will go the way of Blinn, much needed for P3. But out on rotation again is Keanu. They're going to be here first.
If you remember, the last time these two, or excuse me, the last time Keanu played, it was an embassy that they might not wanted to play immediately, but they absolutely kind of like killed their opponents in the map 1 on that. So that kind of was like a big shock point. I believe that's probably the reason they wanted to try and play this map again, at least to start out their series, and for good reason. 75-17 early on here in Embassy. Xelios leading the way on 4 in a row for himself now. The opposition to the Pirates, nobody above 5 kills right now, but just nobody able to win gunfights around the map. That's really the problem.
And Keanu influencing it so well. Getting out to their cuts, getting out early on rotation. I mean, 30 seconds left, and again, it's a quick jog across the map just to get from P3 to P4. Maybe one of the ones you can chain a bit easier, but again, they've delegated 3 resources to it. Now 20 seconds of time are just gonna sit empty. I mean, depending on where these next spawns come, it is going to be the spawn out for Keanu. They're not even gonna go much for P3 time. 10 seconds left. They're just gonna try to get over here. Of course, I say I think it's that time, but Blinn College 2v2 for time as this hill pops. It's going even for now.
I mean, simply put, this is just the side of Keanu overwhelming Blinn. Every time that they come off the respawn block, they're just discombobulated. They can't even set up a push for themselves. That's the problem. Like, before anybody can get up the map, there's at least one person dead, and that just allows the Huskies to then collapse on wherever the opposite side is coming from. They're reading this map perfectly right now. There's no better way to put that. Yeah, Chief's going to be able to walk away with 2, and he's going to be close over towards the point, but look, that beautiful trade there from Brody. That top right spawn still there from the Huskies. 133-17. They got to get a full 60 here within the next, like, 2 hills, or this one's just a GG.
I mean, I even think next hill, they're going to be at 160 if they can get the rest of this time. Yeah, you get them up to 220 at P5. This one will be over. So this is your only opportunity to bounce back. If you're Blinn, it's got to be massive. It's got to be in the way of kills. And unfortunately, you aren't finding any of them. Kurz killing everything in his path. Chief going to try to lead the charge, as you would like to hope. Not going to be the case. Reading the map well, you nailed it. Huskies doing everything right here on Embassy.
Kitchen Hill. Brody walks away with the first kill in his life. Munch going to be trying to follow on the chase. Realistically speaking, Blinn just trying to fight from the outside. Lando, okay, thank you. I was gonna say, you have to find Exelios there, and if he lets that player live, he just walks away. That could have completely shut down any semblance of a push that was being made. Kerr's gonna have the the SMG in hand, going up for the first challenge, snaps back to the second. Chief will fall via the way a headshot, and with 30 seconds left here on this hill, Keanu once again just so good. Now a streak to work with.
It's one-dimensional. It's flat out of Blinn. Doubled up on streaks if you're Kurz, but you jump out of a window, you're not sure which gunfight to take. I mean, maybe you get a gimme here or there. Blinn College simply lost in the sauce on Embassy. Nothing going for him, and now one hill needed to close this out on P1. Will they get it if they're Keanu? Maybe, but for Blinn, this one simply over. You're just gonna have to find a way to get a regain in for map number 2, but a dominant performance. We said they needed to have a change of pace and really a change of energy coming into this series to show us something to remember. And I mean, Kerr's giving us that on 7 at 20-4 with 2 minutes in the hill.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah. No, that's the whole point. Like I was just about to bring up. I was like, dude, he hasn't died in 3 straight hills. He's got 211. He's been playing objective. And he's only died 4 times while being in and around the hard point. Now making 9 in a row. Looking for number 10. Double digits are going to be there. If you would have told me that this Blinn College was 2-0 at this point in the season, and that Keanu were technically the underdogs coming into this, when just talking about the records, I would have laughed in your face. The Huskies have been swarming around the map. They look like a hungry pack that's ready to strike, get themselves back on track throughout the rest of this season, and right now that's absolutely the answer. Brody from behind, 18-7 now, a double kill. Exelios on 3 in a row, and with 20 seconds left, that's all they need to close out on map number 1. Slowly but surely, this ship is sinking for Blinn.
For map 2, we'll get to chatting about it in a moment and what the stakes look like for Blinn. For now, Keanu just need 15 seconds to close it out. A couple kills coming in for Blinn College, so they will be here on P1, but with great witness alive, is able to find 2, mitigate all the work you did to try to get a hold. Brody cleans things up from the front, finds the last, and now with just 10 seconds left, this one done, dusted, and over.
Brody in the front. You just got to get 2-3 more kills, and that's going to be GG in the game. And that's very, very much it. Quickly put down 4 and 20 from Odd. Nobody really getting to double digits on the side of Blinn. Realistically speaking, there's not much to say about that first hard point.
No, I mean, there really isn't. Keanu played it very well. Routman gets paid, first of all. Great, very fitting title for Kurz, but all you can do is just say what Keanu did well, and that is the influence of, I mean, they did everything right in that one. There's, like you said, there's nothing much to say, just great work out of Keanu. Unfortunately, you know, like, you want to say they have a really good advantage going into S&D, but there's such drastically different modes that Blinn could just be S&D gods and bounce back and it just be unreal from them in map 2. We'll have to see. It is, again, we talk about it whenever you take a beating like that. I mean, you got 40 point clubbed. The work that does on a lot of people's mental to be like, dog, I mean, we just got hit in the mouth. If you got a regain from that, it's going to be huge out of Blinn if they can. The opening, honestly, round, I'll give them the opening 2. In the search and destroy, that gives you a status, right? If you can fly around, win around, get some good kills, you can tell that, okay, they've shook it off. But I mean, if they get put down, this series could very quickly just run away from them in its entirety.
Yeah, if something doesn't change early on in the S&D, we're looking at a very quick night for both of these two teams in this best of 5 series. And you hate to say it so bluntly, but again, you know, as casters, our job is to entertain, but just like pretty much plain state say, hey, this is what's happening throughout a series. This is why a team is losing. We gave you the reason why Blinn couldn't do anything in map number 1 in 250 to 39 stat line. Very easily goes to show what went wrong there in the first map. No slaying, no team play, no coordination, and they just kept getting swarmed. The Huskies put them in a blender early on. It felt like a Picage with how fast the Huskies were playing, truly spoken. But going into this LSELO search and destroy, we haven't seen this on broadcast yet here today. The big thing is, though, when we start talking about this LSELO map for search and destroy, again, it's more speaking in a general sense, it's less of a one-dimensional map than, say, an Embassy or a Mercado for search and destroy, but realistically, getting in towards the bottom of this A building, opposed to playing out towards that B site, is really what a lot of teams are going to prefer to do.
I think it's like 1.5 dimensions. You can make it more than that, kind of as you were alluding to. It's just It's as dynamic of a map as you play it. I mean, we have seen teams play, you know, an LSELO S&D and not at all play cell tower, just use the top and middle portion of the map. We've seen teams run down the same lane. So the maps are as dynamic as you want to play them. This map can be played very one-dimensional. We have very recently seen that be the case. It's got to be something different. Utilize lanes of the map that are open to you. Even if you're not using it for a flank, you say it all the time, take up space on the map just so that the enemy cannot walk through it for free. Even if you're not, again, completing a full route or trying to get through spawn, hold an angle that lets them know you're not going to be able to waltz through here and try to get an open lane for yourself. That's how LSELO can be really won and dictated by a squad. You got to take up space, find ways to move and have room around the map before you clear things out, and again, open up a flank for yourself or execute on the bomb site. To me, the winner of this map is going to be who takes up more space around the map. And again, another big thing to put with it, with how well Kiana was shooting, is that even if they don't take up space, if they can win gunfights close quarters, that helps too. But again, the more S&D intelligent team is going to be the one that takes up space, finds ways to work and find routes, and again, that'll be the one who gets the early advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just talking a little bit about Blinn themselves specifically, before we get back into the conversation of what the Huskies can do just to, you know, take another step in the right direction in the series by winning the Surge. Coming into this again, you know, having that 2-0 record, it's really, really strong. So, like, even if you do lose this series, it's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. The teams that you have beat so far, Tamu, also a team that Keanu has beaten themselves going into this best of 5 series. But, you know, as much as we like to clown on 0-3 losses, you know, we already said at the top of the show, you know, why that 0-3 loss for Keanu against ICC wasn't that bad. But, you know, beating Bear Paw 3-0 as well, having, you know, being undefeated at this point, this is your first test of adversity here if you're Blinn. And when you battle back from this in the Search and Destroy, whether it be, you know, the second map in a series, third, fourth map, or just losing a series outright, sometimes you need to get dropped down for you to be able to say, all right, you know, maybe we were just off our game that day, or maybe we just genuinely need to revolutionize how we think and how we're going to play series in and series out. I don't want it to seem that dramatic here going into the Search and Destroy, because we've only seen one hardpoint map, and maybe that's just not their map. Regardless of that fact, though, here in the Search and Destroy, Munch, Lando, Chief, Odd on the left for Blinn. Aggressive here early on. Brody out towards the lane is going to be able to win the gunfight one-on-one versus Munch, and now immediately has a route in towards and behind. Not a great opening pick, but at the very least, you still have 3 lives left. 2 lives left, 1 life left.
And there we go. That should be the round. I mean, they took up space, found kills around it, and who'd have thought now they have a 4v1 advantage?
Well, Chief, what can you do here? Last alive. Brody in the back line. Gunfight going to be one for yourself. Useless kill, though, does come through. Blinn, unfortunately, will lose the round here early on. Keanu going to be the team that wreaks havoc first here on the CeeLo.
Great work. Brody got through on the route, able to relay information. Hey, got to play your bar. It collapsed on the A control site. Find a couple kills as 2 players run through there. Offensively now, what do they have cooking up for us to see if they can, again, get another round consecutively in a row, start to carve themselves out as much of an advantage as possible?
Offensive hit here. Kerr's bomb in hand. And you can already see just this aggressive hitting towards the bottom of the A building here. Is player number 3 going to get caught off guard? Is Odd going to get caught inside of this A building? The answer is absolutely yes. Great Witness goes over towards the right side, not going to hop out in towards the north portion lane. And as you can see, a flank starting to hit through, a potential push here and a pinch play starting to formulate for Blinn, but Keanu has every angle covered.
Munch would have to just get the greatest of timing playing second story, and well, does, able to find a kill on Great Witness. So now you're gonna have an idea that players in your back line, Exelio is here on the back line, holding things down, almost doesn't finish his kill. Time still ticking away. You're clueless as to where the rest of these players are. Well, they're all on the site, and you simply gotta fly at it now. Not gonna bode out well for you. Keanu, take a second round in a row. I liked the idea there to take the route, see what you could get. Munch was able to find a kill from it, but it's just it's hard whenever you don't find another kill on the round.
And don't get me wrong, I like the idea of like taking space inside that A bomb site on defense if you are Odd there. Just don't put yourself in a situation where you're by yourself, where no teammates can give you a trade. Because you had a player that was watching over by top B, you had one that was pushing through the north outer lane of the map trying to get back around for a flank, and then you had your teammate who was like watching over the top. But like, what is he going to be able to do to help you? Absolutely nothing. So If you're gonna make that play, either play aggressive and push out the doorway to try and force them back into the bottom bar area, or just don't make that play in general. Munch, first blood though, first glimpse of hope here for Blinn in a nice round. Kerr is starting to make his way all the way up the map. It's gonna be a trade therefore in a technical way. Exelius on to Lando, and now Kerr is all the way in and behind. Dead silence is popped. Nobody knows he's here. He is chiefing in behind the bar, hops around the corner, able to snap to one, looks for the second as well. Kerr's, he continues his hot spree from map number 1, 5-0 already here in the S&D.
Simply the odd man out, trying to work anything towards the site. The collapse could come in at any moment from the Huskies players to close this one. Go up 3-0. Again, you could tell with the angle he's holding, he wants to find a kill before planting the bomb. It's going to get the worst timing there. Walk away with another round, 3-round advantage for the Huskies. I mean, yeah, they're, as you said, continuing on the hot hand they had in map 1.
6-0 start, streaks to work with. I mean, realistically, what more could you want than a 3-0 lead already on an adversary that you put down like a sick dog in map number 1? 40-point club, S&D, an opportunity to put this team in the blender yet again. I mean, if you are Keanu, I mean, realistically speaking, this is all that you could have hoped for going into another best-of-5 series after losing a heartbreaker versus ICC.
Definitely the case. Now they're working towards the B site. You have control of the pacing the way that they do. You can start to make moves like this around the map. Chief able to sniff one out, but again, playing with teammates in positions for trade. Brody able to quickly get that one. Now, should be planning this bomb any moment. You're trying to figure out where you want to push through, where you want to wrap back towards the site. Players going to be close, and Intel, great witness, finds a free one there. 2 players left in the back. Bomb planted. You get picked if you're a player from the Huskies, but for now, you have site control.
Okay.
Now 2v1. Yeah, that's a...
Not this again. Like, we're not getting Trolley to the point where now it's a 1 versus 1. Brody up top. Munch, an opportunity to give the first round to the side of Blinn. Stun check is there. He doesn't make the push. You got to push that, right?
Yep.
Doesn't matter much. Brody downling on the bomb. Munch trying to work all the way back around. Does he get good timing there? Ooh, spots out Brody. Brody lays back down. 12 seconds left. You have to play the time here. He walks away with it. Does he get it? And yes, he does. Right before the 7.5 second part of that timer comes through, Blinn and Munch will get their first kill and round on the board for themselves. Maybe you start the right direction.
A round is all you need to get things going. I mean, for Blinn, that could, like you said, that could be the catalyst to get them to rally back, keep this one close. What's important when you're playing at a disadvantage, whether it be in a series or in a map, keep yourself within striking distance. I mean, it's 2 rounds consecutive that would be needed to just tie it up, but you won a round early enough on that you're still considered in striking distance. You're not down 0-3. This could be an 0-4 if you hadn't taken that, so that would have been much more dire. Here, you keep yourself competitive in this one. Again, the help of a couple players on board would definitely bode well. You have to make you have to make a good push offensively. I'd like to see something a little more decisive, a little more confident out of them. But again, it can be hard when maybe you're not even sure where the defense would be playing.
I mean, if you're on offense, you have to take space on the map. I just don't know if I love Munch just playing so far deep back. You can tell the hesitancy that Blinn has trying to make these pushes in towards the middle of the building. They're not confident in the gunfights they're wanting to take. They're not, I mean, realistically, in any position to make anything out of the round. All they're doing is literally allowing Keanu to just get in towards the point and just do anything that they want to with it. So now as Kerr starts to make his way up, Brody starts to get through with dead silence popped. Nobody's inside of the site just yet, but they're going to be able to spot the player out inside of the bar. That's going to be Odd who falls next. Brody starting to make his way up the map yet again. Munch in the back line. Kerr's up the staircase. Nothing has been found just yet here for another equalizing trade, but as Lando finds that, it's a 2 versus 2 with Kerr's in the back line and Munch being able to find a 1 versus 1.
Massive 1v1. It would give you streaks. It would give you another round win. So much on the line. You're in the single round for Blinn. Munch, really the only one doing anything for the side of Blinn College. Going to wrap back and out towards his B side. I love the push. Time dwindling, though. It's got to be well executed because if Great Witness clears this out, he could make this flip over to B. And suddenly you might not be able to get this, but I think the plan will go down well.
Dead silence expended. 45 seconds left, and you can see the foot race now back over towards the point. Great Witness, could you get some great timing here? The answer is absolutely yes. Headshot kill, scar in hand, Munch down, no streaks to speak of. Great Witness will do a little dance on top of the bomb. Easy XB. The motto he lives by.
Charging up the Deddy. 4-1 advantage going into the next offensive attempt.
I think we're gonna what do we do before?
Oh, man.
I'm still 0-5, by the way.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, he knows it. We know it. Everyone knows it. You just want one on the board, even if you lose the S&D. To not join the agency would, well, mean a whole lot. And yeah, Keanu rolling, everyone doing well across the board. 2 rounds away from taking a very dominant 2-0 advantage in the series. Offensively, what do they have cooking for us this go round?
I'll tell you one thing. It's going to be aggressive. Because there has been no sign of them slowing down these last few rounds. If there's one thing that we've learned from Blinn so far is they have loved to play this passive approach. Here it is. Stun check doesn't find anything. Great witness. Left on an island here by himself, but it's Odd who's inside of the bomb site who's actually going to be able to walk away with one. But again, although you get that first blood, you don't allow your teammates to be there for a trade. So as you get taken out immediately and Exelius finds one across the map, things once again go to the side of Keanu. Now they've got themselves an advantage in the man count again.
Bomb down as well. You're split. Unfortunately, if you're Blinn trying to make the retake here, it is Munch and Lando. 2 of the at least better performing ones here in the search and destroy. Munch is able to connect for 1. Feels like he is good for at least 1. Not only in the round, but in general. What can your teammate do? They need to find a kill here. Trying to chase it down behind bar. Brody gets Munch taken down. Now with those shots coming in. Now with enough time left to even hunt down the final play if you were to find this kill. Another round on the board for the Huskies. Sitting at map point.
Struggling to find, like, you know, little things that they can do better that just don't start with winning gunfights, because that's the basic thing that you have to do in Call of Duty to be able to take over a map. and again, it's not to say that this is like a truly one-sided affair, because there have been glimpses of hope from Blinn. There have been small things that, you know, have looked good in some rounds, but again, when you have one player doubling up your entire team in the kill department, it doesn't bode well for anything. He's almost had, you know, back-to-back aces in portions of rounds where that's where the only source of generation that you've had has come from. So now you have Odd pushing up the map. Yes, it's a nice little first blood there. He got that the last time through. There is an opportunity for trade here as they started to get a bit more aggressive, and this is what I wanted to see, a different look from Blinn. Great witness, though. You allow them to get up into behind, and you just let them to cause havoc, and it's over.
Couple players, specifically Kerr's running around, 1-man wrecking ball here. Playing behind bar, and as you said, even if they can, Odd doesn't see him behind bar, that's gonna be a free kill for Kurz. But even if you found a way to win that round, you make sure a slight adjustment, as you had said. But it feels like too little, too late, no matter what. And but with Cheap Last alive, I don't know about that one. Kurz flying around,
and he
should be a Huskies win. Yeah,
these are out. Cheap not gonna win the gunfight. Kurz takes it, and Keanu, with a beautiful 6-1 search and destroy victory, will give themselves a 2 lead in this best-of-5 series. And if those Blinn Buccaneers don't come back with something serious in that control on El Asilo, no change of scenery for them, so they can't really clear their heads all too good, well, this is going to be a ship-sinking 3-0.
Definitely. It's just, you know, it's hard to come in and week in and week out sometimes be able to fare as well as you can against competition. Maybe it's a map pool you don't prefer, or maybe for the side of Keanu, it's just a better performing night for them. We had seen some lackluster gameplay. Not the case here all tonight.
Yeah, not at all. All right, we'll send things to a quick break. When we return, El Asilo, one more potential map here for Keanu to close things out inside of this best-of-5 series. Don't go too far. The A-Star League continues after a short break. Huskies are trying to make quick work of their opponents here, shut things out in a 3-0 sweep. On the opposition, the Buccaneers are looking to bounce back with a map 3 win that at least forces us to a 4th map for a hotel hardpoint. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Amber, it's been a lackluster series, to say the least. But to say one thing for certain, the Huskies look to have a considerable bounce back from their last loss against ICC.
Most definitely the case. We're staying on a CeeLo for map 3 control. They were taking up space, moving well through lanes in the search and destroy, and yeah, I mean, you said they were hoping to try to close it out. I think it's a little more, solidified than a hope with how the respawns have gone now that we've seen an S&D. They're playing so strong here. It's less about the side of Keanu hitting a wall. It's more so Blinn going to have to step up and go more than massive to try to stay alive in this series. But we won't call it all doom and gloom all over just yet. They still have a chance here. Kind of bounce back can they make in this series? It'd have to be a reverse sweep for them to take it. The Huskies, though, like you said, threatening to take this one quick.
The CeeLo control fun. Ping-ponging back between the sites can be oh so advantageous. On the offensive side first, going to be the side of Keanu, looking to do their best to close this series out quickly. Blinn on the right, Keanu on the left. The first one in towards the bottom of the building. We saw this the last time in the S&D. Didn't work out great for him. Won't work out this time. Great witness. Brody, Xelios, all 3 kills coming immediately out of the gates. And as they hop in towards this A site, they're looking to get that first tick of progress over towards A with a double stack.
Player 2 and Kurz trying to get through, already getting aggressive. Their sub that they send ahead, really just to carve out routes for the rest of his teammates throughout the map. Going to come off spawn and do the same thing after they get this A site to little or no contestation. Maybe just here in a moment coming in from Blinn, but I mean, A site's captured at this point, doesn't even matter.
Brody will hop down, looks for Munch. His teammates there, great witness from the top. We'll be able to shut things down over at A. That portion of the map pretty much done with here for the rest of this round. All the focus will be over at this B site. Kurz is going to be the first one up in here. Contestant and a touch on the point will stop the clock in a minute 54, and the rest of the teammates are starting to hook themselves out in towards the spawn side of the defense. 2 kills go their way. Lando's still looking. Shots are good, but it will be a second kill that he needs to find and will. Odd pairs with that nicely. 3 straight kills for Blinn. Force the opposition towards their back spawn side, but Xelios is still here looking to cause some havoc.
You get the timing absolutely. Xelios still making waves here. Is able to take down 2 as 3 teammates get back to the B site, but Chief and Odd connect for all 3. Kurz still alive, always going to be a threat if he is running around in your spawn. How quickly can they locate him and sniff him out as they look to try to put pressure on spawn with a couple of their players for Blinn?
Kurz still lurking. Xelios making his way up this north portion of the map. As Munch gets up the staircase, few more good kills have come the way of the Buccaneers, but it's still a 4 life advantage to the offensive side that's pushing in. Minute 12 now stopped. Clock once again having itself chilled out for the moment. His players are still contesting on the point. Much in the back line will be able to find Brody, but he needs to fly back out over towards the point to help out the rest of the teammates. 1.5 progress over towards B are in. Can start hitting back towards the point yet again, and he will be. Great witness on the point, trying to get that second tick of progress. And as you see a few players now making their slow escapade push back on over, it's that second tick of progress that's completed.
Defense able to find form for a moment, but as you said, the second tick came in, so no clearing to be done here, just trying to find shape. And I think really the game plan for Munch is, hey, hold pre-aims over at the site. I'm going to try to fly around and at least eat some of these lives off spawn. But when you get found out that quickly, it's definitely going to make things that much harder for your teammates to try to hold these kills. Kurz paving the way ahead, getting back towards this B site. They have a 4 life advantage, and just 1 tick needed to close it out. A couple more kills, and this one is over.
Yeah, I think the game plan from Keanu there was fly around, try to overwhelm here at the beginning, and then just, maybe stack a couple bodies on the point wherever you can. Odd trying to be the one to stop things here towards the end. You're just trying to go ahead and deplete as much progress off that site as you possibly can at this juncture. But with that Semtex coming up over the top, it'll stall things out for just a moment. Half the progress negated, but it's all the way back up and climbing it again as there's 2 players here. They're just going to stack this point, then push on back out. Keanu, nice opening round here on offense. It was a little silly through the middle portion of the game, but they get it done at the end.
Putting that much pressure on Blinn to come out and have a good offense. They made a stand there towards the end. I mean, it got down to 35 or so seconds. Unfortunately, they had bled some lives as the early aggression cut away. Wasn't the worst round from them, though. Now what can they orchestrate on their first push here on the offensive try?
Defensive look here. How will the aggression pay off for them? You know they're going to send everything in the kitchen sink at this Blinn roster. Great Witness is the first up towards the cell tower. Brody and Exelius pair for 2. The Great Witness will take down the first player trying to get over towards A. Yes, you still have player 5 and Lando just laying down on this A zone as well, but he is yet to push any further up the map now, and you can see where these players from the Huskies have now made themselves known at. Kurz around the corner, jump challenge, gets away with his life now. On going to be the first one to start making his way up and through the pool table area, past the bar, and in towards the mid A building. Lando down below, A zone going to be on. 53 seconds is where the clock will stall out at, but it's another 2 kills that go the way of the Huskies. Now make it a third. 3-1 trade leaves Blinn in yet another precarious position.
And you win the fight at cell tower if you're Great Witness. That allows you to push back up into their spawns without too much worry. 40 seconds and dwindling for Blinn to make a decision. They haven't gotten a good look at the B site. They're going to try to get back towards A with their reinforcements, but again, a couple more gunfights are going to have to be won. You get a good push behind the stun. Now you take an advantageous position. Your teammates got to stay alive here.
Chief slowly halfway through the first stick of progress on A. This would be a great start and a boost to what needs to be a good offensive round win here to tie things up at 1 apiece. You do not want to let the opposition get out to a 2-0 lead and force an opportunity to clutch things up in a third and final round. Either way, Lando on the back line will find Exelios in the way of headshot. Chief going to be laying down and towards the point. A secured, minute 25 to work with. 1 life disadvantage on offense. All it takes is 1 solid break, a 4-man down over towards B to capture that zone.
2 gonna go the way of Keanu to start. Now they're gonna set up their defense, fortify the reinforcements. You still have Brody in a position that'll cut players off through this lane off spawn, so always going to be a pain point. Your mid building's locked down. Again, everything looking squeaky clean for the Huskies. It's gonna be up to Blinn to make the play, to make a big kill, whether it be through a flank, some kind of heroics, because Huskies aren't looking to falter here.
Nice nade kill on the Munch. Well, at least cut 1 player in from the spawn side. You'll get the second kill that you need to be able to cut down what the power position was over on that B search and destroy bomb. But it's Kurz who's now in the back line. They have no idea exactly where this player is. They'll turn around, but it's going to be bad timing from Munch there as he looks to the right. Here comes Kurz, now on 4 in a row. Doesn't realize there's one directly behind the truck, but he'll get back to the back line. Almost takes Chief down in the process, but Odd has been left unchecked and is now over on this B site. Will get cut down by Exelios, and the last player here now for Lando is the biggest single player that Blinn has had all game. And unfortunately, he'll get shut down as I say so.
This is your last push attempt. Munch able to stay alive. How quickly can your teammates sprint forward and get on this site to help you? Not quick enough. Kurz finds one. A pinstripe kill feed, but the clock continuing to roll away. You've got to make this push work now. This is your last chance.
8 on the point. Exelios just making sure nobody can get on for the touch here in just a moment. With 28 HP, Lando will lay down. Kurz, Semtex, nice shots over the top. Nobody going to be able to get there just yet for the point, but as soon as I say that, the last contestant comes through. Blinn can't win the gunfights. They can't secure the B zone. The Huskies now at match point with a 2-0 lead in the control.
After winning on another offense, they'd love to be able to do, and what they've been showing that they've been able to do as well. A clinic. And as you put it best, and really simply, a great bounce back from them in this week to show that, hey, we've got it all starting together, and Kurz really leading the way for the team and all that.
Here it is. It all comes down to 1 round of control. Either you clutch up here, or you're sent home packing. And as a nade cooked up, bottom of middle map, loves this spot in early rounds here when they're spawning on that left portion of the map. As this B hit is being executed right now, every single person from Keanu is here on the point. They're trying to stack it the best that they can, and as 3 kills go their way, they have all 3 players here ready to get onto this point, and they will. 2 are going to stack. 1's going to go lurk out for kills. Brody's going to be the one trying to play the first point of contact, but that second tick of progress will be in, and no matter what happens here, even if they're able to walk away with a few more kills, either you get the last tick of progress on B or you ping-pong to A, but that kill by Brody to put him on 3 in a row is going to force a 1 versus 1 here with Odd, and whoever takes that gunfight away could spell the game.
And if you get this take, expect them to play with tempo, flying over towards the A site. Kurz once again, I mean, the route man, the way that he gets out and in front of the gunfights to try to make things easier for his teammates, such selfless gameplay. Now you already have time stopped on the A site. Your teammates are trying to win kills back patio. They get cut down by Chief. You still have 1 player left up, stopping the clock. Off reinforce, or off spawn. Your teammates are going to come in for reinforcements. It's going to be an all-out team fight here.
All comes down to who wins the trades. First kill gonna mean everything. In Orlando, it's Munch who pair for two. The third one can't get there. Exelio's still alive in the corner. You need to challenge them together as a team, and you do. But the first tick of progress on the zone has come through. Spawns to the north portion of the map. For now, Blinn has held on. They made the defense close last time. This is all that the series is riding on.
Gonna try to stop the clock where you can. Kurz, the one who's given the green light to go make a play. What can he find here? What can he spoil and make things easier for his team? His teammate will open up with one. They're gonna just jump on the point. If you get a stack here, you could quickly earn progress. Exelius opens up with another. Lando is able to get a trade, but it doesn't matter. It's not on time. What can you do here to close this one out? Another kill goes your way. One tick left, 3 stack. This one gonna be over.
Half bit of progress. Not going to be a contestation there from Blinn. You had somebody out towards the radio tower side, but they weren't able to get back for a touch. And as the Buccaneers won't be happy riding off to the sunset with this one, the Huskies sure will be. A 3-0 sweep for them gets their season back on track. They're above 500 again here inside of the NACE Star League. Cash, from start to finish, it was all Huskies. The Buccaneers didn't really seem like they had a chance at all in this best of 5.
No, and again, though they tried at times, it was all just so aware out of the Huskies to make adaptations as they needed, though seldom at times. Again, Kurz really running the routes, paving the way for the team to have easier looks at different sites, different avenues, whether that be in the response or the search and destroy. Everyone else playing well behind that too, but again, really kind of the match MVP as far as what his impact was. I mean, you think back to map 1 where he was, what, like almost 30 and 6 or 8 and had over 2 minutes of hill time. I mean, to me, that's a standout performance for sure, even just off of that one map. But the whole team came and showed up tonight. I said it wasn't a performance to remember from them over the weekend. Here we get something to think about and chew on for the next week.
Absolutely. Well, we'll send things, wrap it up for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the coach of this Huskies roster. Stick around, stay tuned. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back. If you're just joining us now, you missed the first series of the day, most likely, and you just missed that 3-0 where the Huskies took down the side of Blinn College in a best-of-5 series. We now are joined with our interviewee, Mr. Four Tricks here himself, Chase Caster Tricks, Coach. Oh, no, it's Exelios. I was told it was going to be Chase. Oh, my God. Things have changed up completely. Exelios, congratulations on the win, my friend. First and foremost, I got to ask, how does it feel to get back on track after the heartbreaking loss last week?
Honestly, that loss was pretty tough on me and the boys. Losing 250 to 249, and then such close S&Ds and controls. But the boys bounced back this weekend, practiced hard, and now with the release of ranked, we're also going to be grinding even more.
I can definitely tell that's the case. You guys look really sharp in this matchup. I mean, on paper, the technical underdog as far as what records looked like, but off the breaks on map 1, we knew that, okay, you guys definitely had made the bounce back. So what was the biggest change up going really from the weekend to now for you guys to kind of get your head in the right place?
Well, we started off with CCL matches yesterday, and just a lot of practice, going through our VOD last week and seeing what went wrong. Added a few touch-ups, and we came to this week firing and came out hot. Big props to my team, and sadly Brody was sick today and he pulled through for us and pulled through for the team.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So last question for you so I can let you get out of here and go celebrate with the team. You know, it's a long season ahead of us. We're in week 3, but you know how quickly it works. Sooner or later, we'll be looking at playoffs. What's your guys' biggest focus to get ready for the postseason? Again, I know it's still early and there could be things that pop up along the way, but for now, what are you guys thinking about as far as what priority 1 is going into next week and getting ready for the later portions?
Right now it's just working on week to week for us, like just worrying about the next game. So my focus really isn't on playoffs, but it's just, if we were to focus on it, it's just us. Just focus on our gameplay and not theirs, and focus on working to get better as a team.
Absolutely.
All right, well, Exelios, congratulations again on the win. It was a quick series. We all know that. So congratulations, guys. Go celebrate with the team.
Let's go.
Big flex from the boy as well. Good luck for the rest of the season. Hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much. Peace out.
I'll go, man. Alrighty, well, that's gonna do it for our matches here tonight for the Call of Duty portions of things. Coming up next on the broadcast, we'll have the Valorant portion coming up for you. Vincent and Los will be on the desk sharing the mic for a fun matchup there as well. But for myself and Cash, on behalf of the direction, at this point in time, it's been a great night. It's been some fun, close series, and about as close not as close of a series as you could possibly have. I guess that's the best way to phrase that in a nice way. But we'll step aside for a break. When we come back, the Valorant portion of the stream will continue. The Nate Star League will be back in just a bit.
Star League returns with Valorant coming up next. My name is Vincent, and right next to me, amazing man named Septulence. Not loose tonight, but it's okay because Septulence has it going on. Sep, how are you doing tonight?
I'm certainly no Los Vincent, but I'm happy to be here. Carlos was not able to make it tonight. I'm super excited, and we have not been able to jump on the desk together in quite a while, but this is going to be a fun one. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty and the logistics, unfortunately, it probably won't be a very long one, but we're going to make the most of what we've got.
Listen, let's just jump right in. We'll introduce. It's Northwood University going up against Missouri State. Listen, Sep, I know you do Valorant too, so you probably know. Reigning, defending, world champions Northwood University going up against Missouri State. Listen, Missouri, you just got a rough draw here, buds. We'll just take a look at the rosters to go over some of those details as we do. Listen, is there anything that jumps out off the page at you to start here, Sep?
I mean, it's just the Northwood roster, right? Like you said, these are literally the best of the best in the entire country coming out here. And unfortunately, Missouri is the team to draw that short straw. It's going to be Neo, Storm, Woody, Shimo, and Big Time from Missouri. And then on the side of Northwood, we're looking at Darkest, Dip, Verbasa, Ali, and Benji. Absolute powerhouse program here, Vincent, and anybody that goes up against them, I mean, it is truly, and we use this all the time as casters, but this is the epitome example of a David versus Goliath story.
Yeah, like let's just further contextualize the largeness of this Goliath here, in that Northwood, not only best in the country, best in the world.
In the world.
They went to Brazil and they dominated there too against every single other program that was on offer. I mean, that's what Northwood have been doing. I looked just for funsies on their VLR, and they have 0 losses. It's like 30 wins and 0 losses. Man. I mean, it's crazy. Sorry, Missouri. I don't know what to tell you guys.
It is truly the Frankenstein build of Northwood, though. They found the best players out there. They stuck them all together, and they created this unkillable beast. It's incredible. I'm super excited because I get to spend a lot of time with Northwood Overwatch. I see them very often. They're a team that I run into. This will be my first time seeing the Valorant squad since the beginning of last year. It's been a really long time, so I'm super excited to run it back down. I've always been a huge fan of Benji, one of my favorite collegiate players to watch, and I'm hoping that Missouri can bring something out that they can answer out quickly, but having never seen Missouri and going up against the #1 team in the world, there's only so much to be said.
I can add some context, but let's talk about the map pool before we jump into where Missouri are at and like realistic expectations for them. We have a set collegiate classic, as you will, coming up first, and don't know that I saw Icebox. I thought I saw Haven, but I guess I was wrong, and it's Icebox up next, and then Pearl, our decider, just in case. This is pretty standard stuff. I honestly, again, this is gonna sound so disrespectful. Please understand it's not. I don't know that it matters what maps we go to.
Yeah, I think there's actually a higher chance of success for Missouri if we ended up going to things like Lotus or things like Pearl, because those are the newer maps in the world. Those are the newer maps that this team might not be as polished on as they are, your Iceboxes or your Ascents, these maps that have been around for a very long time. Maybe if you're just kind of looking for a cheap shot, an opportunity to strike, going for a newer map that isn't as prepared could be the way to do it.
Listen, I just got trolled. I've been trolled. Get
trolled?
Second map is actually Haven. I was right. My brain wasn't crazy. I thought odd. So Haven will be our second map. But honestly, I tend to agree with the point you're making. If we were going to see something a little bit new, a little bit different, it's like, oh yeah, we could maybe see something wacky, something weird that maybe never been seen before, that will take some adjusting.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knows what's happening on Ascent, and apparently the game is just about ready to get started, so we'll probably just jump right in there. Whilst I try to give some context to this Missouri State roster, listen, they're not a brand new team. They played in NACE in the Open Premier last season. They went 4-1 in the regular season. Looked pretty good until you look at the fact that they had 2 forfeit wins. So listen, you can only beat players put in front of you. Not going to take anything away from them, but unfortunately they did lose out in the LCQ to New York University in that first round. So some good stuff, some not so great stuff, but it's almost like, does it matter how good it is against the best of the best of the best? It was 13-3, 13-2 last week against Old Dominion JV. That was what Northwood put on display in week number 1.
And Old Dominion, they bring out some pretty solid rosters. I haven't had the chance to see their JV team yet, but I have experienced their varsity program in Valorant, and that's a pretty impressive team. So seeing Northwood able to take them down, remove their JV roster as well, brings a lot to the table. It shows that, while we are still coming in from the most recent break, things are still changing in the wings. It's still the same team that we know and love. Benji going to be locking in the KJ. We're seeing an Omen and a Sova. I don't think we're going to get any surprises here unless Ferbs really does lock Phoenix, but I'd be shocked to see that. I mean, this map is pretty solved in a couple of ways.
Yeah, right now it is very much a little bit of the same. The only big differences that we tend to see is sometimes you get the Astra versus the Omen.
Yeah.
So, and that might be the case with Shimo kind of just running through. I'm incredibly surprised. This is a dead agent. This is an agent that simply was removed from the game, I was told, Septilence. How is this happening?
Truly. I mean, this is shocking to see Chamber make an appearance here. Now, in the Astra v Omen composition argument, I'm pro Astra. I think that's going to work really well for Missouri State. You get a lot more out of her utility on this map, and the defense in particular. You can utilize those stars where Omen only has so much to work with, and he has a little bit less versatility with his kit. Chamber, though, you said it best, Vincent, dead in the water right now. But Woody trying to possibly go for a comfort pick, wants to bring out an agent they've done well with before. I have yet to see anybody, collegiate or pro, do well with Chamber since his most recent nerf.
I am in the same exact boat, my friend. And listen, I feel like this is unfortunately going to be a very one-sided affair. So I don't even want to go that deep on what Missouri State are going with from a compositional standpoint.
Sure.
I think it's a little bit weird to go for that. But like you said, it could absolutely just be a comfort thing. And honestly, I'm a fan of being comfortable, especially in a collegiate matchup where being meta. In this case, the meta part of that is sort of required a little bit. But hey,
a little more important than normal, maybe, because you know Northwood's going to come out. You know they're going to run meta. You know that's exactly what they're expecting to do. Comfort isn't even the name of the game for them. It's not, oh, I'm comfortable on this agent. It's I'm comfortable in this game. Yeah. And I'm ready to play anybody I have to put a win on the board. Jumping into the pistol round, I'm glad we're kind of keeping an early eye on Woody because I think he's just going to be a fascinating player to watch. The Chamber is something we haven't seen a lot of. Verbsa gets the wide swing on the corner, puts one of them down. A trade comes out early, and Storm will fall not far after. Missouri has a strong start. It's equalized out the gate there as long as compromised. Shimo puts down Darkish 3v2. The pistol round has a very high opportunity of ending in favor of Missouri if they play their cards right.
Yeah, look, good trades. I mean, that's the small things, but working well. Neo's down a little bit lower, courtesy of that shock dart. But with that dip, going to be coming back in. Benji from the flank as well. Just kind of waiting for Benji before making the initial moves. And here we go. Storm ready and prepared. Looking for information. Dip going to be taken down. And there's Storm connecting Benji with a couple of headshots. But that was going to be very close no matter how you sliced it. Missouri, round number 1 going their way. A good start.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like the pistol round has to happen, Somebody's going to win it, somebody's going to lose it, and it's not about making it expensive like we'll see in later rounds. It's about just trying to put the win on the board, and Missouri, they do it early. They defy expectations out the gate. They find that pistol round win, which traditionally gives them the advantage going into the second round as well. So, Vincent, if you're on the side of Northwood, or I guess if you're on any side, do you ever buy up in this circumstance?
Do I ever buy up? Oh, man, it's hard. I tend to... Listen, I'm a bit more conservative when it comes to the money type of situation. So for me, I tend to say no, though I think there's value in it. Of course, with the Stinger nerfs that just came through, I think it's less than ideal. But when you have aimers like Ali can, pick up the Sheriff and hit a headshot 1 or 2 times, then it makes it a lot more reasonable to go for these types of plays. And Ali already starting out with a headshot with that Sheriff.
Ali finds that first elimination and almost gives their life for it. We can see that's probably sub 15 HP, but you're still standing, and that's what matters because the Sheriff is truly a one and done type of gun. It's you fire your first bullet, and if you didn't take him down, well, you're probably going down. Not soon after. Darkest might get timing diffed here, but nope, never mind. Neos chooses to peel back to the team, a slow rotation up to the A site. If it worked once, they're confident to see if it'll work again. However, Ali waiting in the wings to strike.
There's going to be a recon bolt coming out here. At least I believe so. On the outside. Yeah, there's that recon bolt. 0 point, though. Going to find a lot of information. The push still continues. All of the stars being put down, and Neos will find Ali on the back of the site. So, start, but Darkest jumps in through the Astra star there. taking down 2 members before falling. And it's turned the tide in the favor of the defense. Verbsa collecting another, and it's a 1v3. Storm in trouble and out in a thrifty victory.
A thrifty victory is exactly what we expect to see from Northwood. Only the classic weapons in hand, okay, not literal classics, but you get the point. The secondaries in hand is a very strong start from that squad, and I'm not surprised to see that Northwood can equalize it early. We are going to go ahead and take a quick tech pause. It's on our side, actually. We're trying to get some game audio issues figured out, but we've seen a lot to talk about already, Vincent. I think a lot of the weird character choices we were discussing have had their time to prove their worth or prove the lack thereof.
Yeah, I think that one of the things I want to note, like, there's, with the exception of the chamber, there's like nothing that is like aggressively wrong.
Yeah.
With this comp. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not as if we don't have a controller or something stupid.
Right.
Like, no, it's okay. It's just not like the most meta thing ever. And as mentioned, I feel like we're like having to caveat this a lot, but against Northwood, it's every little advantage counts, and that's why it might matter a little bit more.
Yeah.
But typically, I don't see a problem with doing something like what we're having Missouri State run. I mean, they got the pistol round off the back of it. Now, of course, a little bit of a tragedy that they weren't able to convert that into another victory on the second round, and the Thrifty goes the way of Northwood. But that's what happens when you have a bunch of cracked gamers like Northwood.
Couldn't have said it better, Vincent. Some cracked gamers indeed. A phenomenal dark cover from Ali. It makes it a little more difficult for Missouri to wide swing this long corner. Secondary stalls the approach a little bit further, and it makes sense. I'm fascinated that Ali continues to hold down A site on their lonesome. I feel like that's not something we see particularly often, but instead it's just going for it, waiting for the time to strike, and the Jet wants to wobble around, waits for the sound, and then often I think we've seen her rotate out if there's been info elsewhere. Could this be the first B push?
B? Seems that rotation is on the cards. One player relatively close. I think that's Benji inside of B main here.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's got the info as well.
This is always a tough spot to be in, honestly. Benji is going to wide swing, finds one right out the gate, can't put down another, but hey, a 1-1 trade. I mean, truly not terrible. Shock Dart to boot, 64 HP big time. Gets the ult Thor, but almost gives their life for it. Hot Hands has to come out quickly, heal them back up to 100.
Nice trade of sort of, 1-for-1-ish. Of course, when you're working with this weaponry and the disadvantage, it's always going to be a little bit tough, but, well, this is a bit of a cleanup. Chimo, the only one left alive, hit with a 0 point suppressed, and we'll take one for the road. So we'll pop up in there. And Northwood will take the 2-1 lead right back. Darkest approaching the ultimate already. One thing to watch, but Chimo has already has one of their own.
I'm trying to hypothesize like what could be done differently here from MOSU to shake things up, to bring a little bit more to the momentum side of their team. But a lot of this is Valorant at its core is a lot of just gunfights, right? Mechanical difference, having the proper ability to use to find momentum. And it's going to be difficult because many times Northwood, they're going to take at least one down before they give their life. Ferbsa already getting them down. A great flick from Woody onto Darkest, just going to tie things up out the gate. 4-4 on the board. Ooh, no command. I think that's going to make a little bit more space. Wow, even the... Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're running it all the way down. We've got to run it back coming out as well. Woody takes down Ali, a 2-piece on the board. Hot Hands up through the Cosmic Divide. And I really like that Cosmic Divide, Vincent, because it completely gets rid of heaven and hell. And anybody in there has to push through to find value. And they'll probably get taken down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it could be very good. I think that this is one of those Cosmic Divides that is so timing oriented, and the timing has been perfect. Ferbsa catching one more additional player courtesy of that owl drone, but 2 on 3, and Chimo's timing here might just save the round, and it seems like it might do that. Yep, gonna be the last live here, kicking it out and finding Chimo not even committed. And it'll be this is a great setup. Missouri, I mean, lots to love right there.
Absolutely.
Like the passive nature of the play on Catwalk, and I love the commitment of the stars there, making sure those gravity wells are used before they even go for it.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Vincent. I'm super excited to see that we're at this 2-2 scoreline right now. It's not going to be Northwood running it down with a 13-0 or anything. There's actually a lot of competition to be had. And in a way, nothing against Missouri, but like, of course, that defies our expectations. When you look at the #1 in the world, you're like, yeah, they're going to beat anybody, right? It'll be so easy. But MOSU coming out, really putting their money where their mouth is and keeping Northwood at the edge of their seat. Storm gets that Sonic Dart toward mid early. The information at hand is going to be huge, honestly. We got Dip, a double kill, wall bang onto 2 of them down main. That's exactly what you want to be seeing on the side of Northwood. It's like they give one, they take one. You know, it feels like they're really trying to keep this neck and neck.
Yeah, and the Blades as well coming out for still a little wide on a couple of those attempts, and Darkest maybe a bit preemptive in his commitment of that area, rather committing before the actual flash could go off. Look at how deep Ollie is up. This is ridiculous.
This is absurd. Ali wants to find it, wants to get that momentum out the gate, and is going to be able to. Poor Storm looking a little bit off to the right side. Northwood 3-1 advantage here. They want to put their third round up. They want to take a lead. Neos might walk into the very same trap. You'd hate to see it happen twice, but if your crosshair is just not in the right spot, it's that easy to go down to a Vandal.
Certainly is. 3-2, and another round that looks incredibly clean in favor of Northwood. We step into it, though. It'll be a pretty important round, I think. And the reason I say that is, look at the money. I mean, Missouri, they're absolutely close to being able to make another purchase into this round. And Storm, not going to commit just yet, actually. So, a little bit interesting, to say the least, as we get down to the wire. 3 players, actually 4 players, committed towards the B side. More of that spam that we were talking about. And there's Darkest, an opening pick. Confirmed for Northwood.
Darkest playing this corner up close and personal. Shimo might get a freebie, but if Benji peeks up through market as well, could be a bit of a clash of the Titans. The slow burn from MOSU is, at this point, mandatory, I really do believe, because they're down 1, you've got the spike, you're down a round as well. You cannot overextend. If you do, it's going to cost you a lot of economy, and the economy for MOSU right now is already at the edge of its row.
Alfred's just holding, waiting, looking down catwalk, finds the timing.
Dib able to find one onto Shimo. 3v1, and poor Neos just catches a paranoia op shot to the bod, and that is Neos going down. Northwood, 2nd round in a row. I believe first time we've seen somebody win 2 rounds. Is this the start of the snowball?
Could be, but of course, got to keep in mind that was a sort of half invest sort of round, so it wasn't full buy. This is the time for that full buy, minus Woody, who's working with just a Spectre, but that's okay. They also have a couple of ults to work with as well. Hunter's Fury, got the no command, and they're 1 away from a run it back. So lots of tools in the kit. MOSU on their attack. 3-2 setup, 3 towards B, and 2 towards A in the early default.
Back is not quite online are going to be difficult. Run it back is an ultimate that I personally find very difficult to get value with. I think it's not easy. If they find where you are, where you're going to respawn, it costs you your life, right? If you run in, lose it right away, you farmed up an entire ultimate for nothing. It's a tough one. Both sides of the coin are absolutely online, but it's not going to be an easy one for MOSU.
Yeah, at the same time, I think using the right situation, definitely can get value out of it. You know, sort of in that middle ground, like not quite as hard as the from the shadows or anything like that, but not quite as easy as an ult command. You know?
Yeah, no command's kind of a freebie, right? It's like, oh yeah, as long as they're near you, you get something. But
like I walk there aggressively, and they're like, ooh, spooky.
Oh, now this is one of my favorite plays that we can often see. Not once has Ali done this down line and hit in this corner, so they might not be expecting it. A fast paranoia out finds 3. Ali puts down 2, doesn't get the read out of the chamber. No, he does in a 3-for-1 trade. It's exactly what Northwood wants to be seeing in this moment. It's about the mix-up. It's about the change of play style. It's about being a surprising player like that. Storm answers it fast, puts us at a 2-2 on the board. Both Sovas still standing. Will it come down to their kits to decide who the winner is? Dip, an amazing LOS. They line right up for him, and Dip cleans house with a 2-piece. That Odin online.
Man, Dip. I feel like that's just straight up confidence coming through from Dip. Because what a committed angle that you're in, Seth. Like, that's so ridiculous to be sitting there. You would never expect it. And that's exactly why Dip did it. Because Missouri State, they can't expect you to be sitting out in the open like that. Except Dip did. And he took advantage. Precisely what you would like to see. 5-2 the score. And Northwood continuing to bump up that lead that they've started to bring. Here's that run it back.
Run it back online. It might help you survive the Hunter's Fury, but that's not exactly why you try to use an ultimate, right? Rip Benji is able to take the run it back down, forces MOSU back into the main 5. No resurrections, no respawns, unless the null command comes out, of course. And another great paranoia. They just keep lining up for it. A double swing off the corner. Ferbsa puts down Neos. Not even sure how Woody's still standing. Okay, never mind. Woody's not standing. Shimo gone as well. And Northwood looking for the first flawless of the map. Not going to be able to find it. Storm's headshot puts down Benji. What? The alpha of that. To get the shot and not take it so a teammate can is absolutely insane. Ali finds big time. Northwood 6th round on the board. I believe 4th in a row, if I can remember correctly. This is definitely the beginning of a snowball here, Vincent. And this is Northwood. Maybe just not super warmed up at the beginning, but they're absolutely here to play now.
Yeah, 4 in a row. You're absolutely right. And again, that was the half buy, but at this point, the flashiness takes over, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And you got another Odin out for Storm, who's done well with it. I just wanted to point out. Done a good job.
Hey, Odin's and Sova, like peanut butter and jelly, you know?
Exactly. Ali just bought Judge and put it down underneath Heaven. I am a big fan.
Just to be safe, right? Like, just to make sure. In case somebody runs it down on you, you want to have that Judge in the pocket. Or Storm falls for that. I believe the second time we've seen that this map so far. Just that recon bolt down mid and you just spray through the wall. Absolutely wall bangable. Very easy way to find eliminations early for your team. Almost a second.
Well, he nearly got it.
Big time. Kisses around the corner, though. Still standing.
Big time with some big time moves. He's trying to get out of there. Had to do some dodging. Very well done to get out for sure. But still, it's 5-on-4. And Northwood, they're still doing a whole lot with what they've got. Right now, spread relatively default. Now, everybody, at least 3 out of the 4 members remaining in middle for Missouri. And, oh no, Dip. He's a menace in this spot. No, not again. And he's done it. Dip. He didn't see anyone.
Dip. Straight up, never made eye contact with anybody in that entire round. It was just a clean house from Dip, a 4K on the board and a dominant one at that. Used Hunter's Fury last round, already halfway to another one after that. I mean, it's incredible. 11-2 on the board. First player on lobby to hit double digits. I've got a hunch, Vincent, that's not stopping anytime soon. I believe also the first player to maybe hit max credits. No, it looks like they're going to buy for a teammate to make sure that doesn't happen. Trying to keep the economy up and running. MOSU backs against the wall. Nothing in the arsenal here.
Yeah, if you recall, I mean, this is MOSU's pick. So going to need to get things started here soon if they want to get a chance. Bit of a hero rifle sort of purchased for Woody. Curbs up. In an off angle. He's got missed shot. Going to be able to get out of there with the dash and goes for, instead of the second attempt with the it's the rifle. And the fact that they can afford additional guns to just swap them out like this is unreasonable. Can we just say that? It's
There's something to be said with it, right? Like buying a full rifle, then buying another rifle, like an operator and a vandal in the same round is incredibly expensive. 47 plus 29, I can't do that math, but the point is a lot. Northwood, they find themselves up so much that they can have these extra weapons. They can throw them out. They're really starting to feel confident. This is the Northwood that is the #1 ranked team in the world. They're fully back in their element, and they're going to try to win this one out as dominantly as possible.
Ursa didn't even recollect that up.
He said we don't need it.
He
said we don't need it.
It didn't look like it. So, yeah. I'm blown away. I'm all sorts of blown away. Here's another round coming up. And, I mean, we saw this Northwood roster do some of these shenanigans before, but it's just so much fun to watch. Like, you're seeing things move in slow motion. First up, Blade Storm out this time as the pinch towards anyone in tiles. 4 players pushing up mid. Northwood are going to be finding nobody home, so they rotate 4 players towards Cat. And that's where the push continues.
Hey, it's a 1-1 trade out the gate. Darkest will go down. Resurrection is online, but now Neos falls as well. MOSU, for the first time in a while, find themselves in a back-to-back. Goes for Resurrection. Ali puts it down. Woody finds one dip, puts down one of their own. Neos falls. Northwood already 9 on the half. We were at 2-2. Now we're at 9-2. And I truly think we're going to be looking at a 10-2 half.
Listen, man, I just don't know what else to say. There's just not a lot to say here. It's just straight up Northwood diff right this moment. They're playing a great game. I think that I want to say, in fairness to Missouri State, though, playing a pretty intelligent game here. I felt like some of their calls have been pretty good. I would like to see them play a little bit more dynamic. A lot of times, if they're going to push a site, it feels like that's where they're starting and that's where they're going to be ending. This is a good example of it.
Ooh.
4 players outside of B, and that's where this fight is at as well, big time. Tries to throw in the run it back, but, well, when there's 5 players surrounding you, it's just really not going to work.
I liked the hot hands into run it back. I think that was a very intelligent play. It's like, okay, yeah, if I do respawn, I can still heal up a little bit, whatever. But yeah, when every cardinal direction has an enemy pointing a gun at you, there's very little to be done. Big time tried to make it work. Unfortunately, the dice just don't fall in the proper way, and I cannot believe we're already within 3 rounds of being done on Ascent. This is baffling.
Yeah, and you got good words for it. Baffling's a great word, my friend. I am indeed baffled. I'm also impressed, but, you know, we've seen what Northwood could do before, winning the last season of NACE, and, of course, that's when like winning the last season of NACE is like not even their cardinal achievement. That's like crazy.
MOSU's most previous round win, of course, comes from a pistol round, and I want to see if they can put a pistol round here. I think their team composition does lend itself a little bit better to a traditional defense. The Astra Stars, the pole, the 0-point knife, the fragment grenade. You can lock down a site pretty effectively with this composition. The problem is when you leave a site wide open, there's nobody there to hold it down, and it's a lot easier for a team member, for an opponent rather, to come through and find that pick. Ferbsa might get timing dipped onto the high ground. Ali falls late. Ferbsa finds the equalizer onto Storm, looks for a second one, puts down Shimo, and 4v3 up in tree. Can we see MOSU come through with a lot of value? A great curveball to find one, gonna be able to find 2, but Darkest Collat wallbang there, able to put both of the remaining members of MOSU down. Northwood wins it. Mathematically, they're expected to win the next, which puts them on match point of Ascent.
It's so cool when they swarm like that. It feels like Northwood. Like, to be fair, it's a little bit ridiculous sometimes, as in not the most strategic gameplay. But Northwood will often swarm like that in order to kind of close rounds. And you think you're good, you're mounting a retake from Tree Room, and then suddenly Darkest is behind you immediately thereafter, and you're like, oh, hello. I didn't think you would be there.
Ooh, great pop flash on the corner. Ali finds the headshot onto Storm, and removing that player from the fight makes it that much easier for Northwood. Traditionally, this is going to be one of the faster rounds. We even got a hero rifle coming out. Northwood, very confident. They've got the numbers. They want this advantage, and they want to put themselves on match point. This could possibly be the fastest descent I've ever seen, and I don't even mean the score line. I mean, the rounds themselves have been insanely fast.
They have indeed been quick. Nice flash, though. Big time. Taking advantage of it. Gonna be able to heal up just a little bit with this wall. Dip. Gonna keep things in an even stat, or even more than even, with a 4-on-3. Northwood finding success here, there, and everywhere. Just 2 members remaining, and a nice shot from Woody does not allow him to keep his head any longer than otherwise would have. 12-2, and map point indeed confirmed.
Yeah, that point now just around the horizon there, and this is going to be fascinating because MOSU, they bought up last round. We saw Headhunter bullets, we saw Spectres, we saw a Stinger at one point, and now because of that, you can't buy up in what is most likely this final round. You're going to have to work with this weird Franken buy. It's going to be one of those circumstances of you tried it, you've overplayed your hand, and now you've got to work with even less. You've got your final 10 chips, you're putting them all in on this last hand, and hopefully things work out well, but Northwood, not a team to really let fate decide very often.
No, fate rarely the decision factor here, or rather the decisive factor. Ferbsa, wow, man, that's some nice shooting being done. And Ferbsa decides, well, you know, we'll just...
No, Ferbsa!
No, come on, don't do him like this. The blades are out, and that will finally be shut down. but it's just about over.
Shimo is?
I mean, could be 0 bullets in that, though. You gotta reload and can't allow them to get away. 13-2, the score line, and dang, was that dominant.
Yeah, dominant indeed, Vincent. I mean, that is not a circumstance you want to be in, but I think anyone who's ever played collegiate Valorant going up against Northwood, that's a situation you're expecting to be in. That's never going to be like, yeah, you know, oh, I'm shocked we got 13-2. No, it's Northwood. 13-2 is absolutely a possibility, a probability even. And going into the second map, things can be shaken up a little bit, but it's still Northwood playing what we called earlier, that collegiate classic. A map I'm sure this team has played hundreds, maybe even actually thousands of times.
Bad news, it's actually Northwood's best. This, like you said, it's not even their best.
Yeah, so, hate to hear it.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to take a short little break. And we're going to let the entirety of Missouri State just kind of like percolate on that information. And then we'll get going here once again. Just give us a second. Be back in a moment. So got some good news. Missouri State, they played really well against the University of Central Oklahoma. That was week 1. Now it's week 2. And Northwood are a bit of a different beast. 13-2 was our first map. And if you managed to forget, I'll remind you, Haven coming up next, Northwood's best map. And it's going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the bright side for Missouri is they did win last week. Like you mentioned, both these teams are coming into this 1-0. So you're not going 0-2 on the season. You're not going to plummet to the bottom of the ladder because of this or anything. You've still got a win in the books. That's very important. And what we've seen, there are several of these rounds coming down to 1 or 2 people left on the winning side. So they can contend with a team like Northwood. Unfortunately, wasn't able to beat them too consistently, but I think that goes to show that any team falling beneath Northwood is absolutely a team on the table for Missouri.
Yeah. I mean, that's totally fair. With Haven coming up, man, it's just one of those things. Just to like further add some color to this, like a couple of weeks ago during the January Gauntlet for Knights, Los and I actually casted this Northwood team under a different name, and they were like in the quarterfinals.
Sure.
So like that's like a 5K, tier 2 event. They're just there and they're winning.
They just be chilling.
Yeah. And this is that same collegiate team, like the exact same players over the course of time. So they deliver even at the highest of levels, and that's what's so fun to watch about them. I've been watching Darkest and Benji actually Dip as well for so long. Like those 3 players, I think I watched since 2020, and they've been involved in the Valorant scene. Like these are incredibly experienced players.
Yeah, and I think there's something to go with that as well, is they're experienced players playing with one another as well. They continue to be on the same team, on the same roster, and you get better at the game when you play with the same people, right? When you play with a coordinated team or a coordinated stack, you learn each other's tendencies, you learn strategies, the game becomes a lot easier to flow with, and they've been playing together, like you said, since probably 2020. So on their 3rd year of being on a team together, this squad, they've got everything going for them. They absolutely are one of the most impressive teams in the entire world. That even goes outside of collegiate, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and just to be clear, like this is their 2nd full year in collegiate.
Yeah,
yes. Like, and they were playing together in some form or fashion, especially Benji and Dip. Even before that. So, like you said, potentially 3 years working together. That is all of those little small things that you work out over time. They already got figured out, and they've been figured out for a while. So, lots to love, Northwood, and I think a lot to probably be learning here just to watch them play. Missouri State gonna give it their best shot.
Darkest falls to 35 HP early, and seeing Breach on Haven is always so exciting. He's that one, he's definitely got his time in the spotlight. The same thing happened to Viper, it happened to Astro, where it's like, yeah, this character's super good, and then one little thing changes, and everyone's like, no, they're so bad, and then everyone's like, oh, wait, hold on, maybe they're not as bad as we thought, and that's certainly happening with Breach. He continues to make his way to the forefront. Woody caught out by that KJ turret there in sewers. Ali holding the A site might be all for naught, as it might be a push up to B. Okay, there goes Ali. Woody able to give a 5-4 advantage to Missouri. They've got a B site presence, and Spike taking its good old time to get there. Oh, there's the trade I was worried about. Vincent in the pistol round. Sometimes it's really about just holding W and getting the plant, guaranteeing those 400 credits. Hey, at least you got the plant, but this round might be down and out. Nobody looks to Firmsa in time. Storm taken out by Dip, and Orshimo just can't do enough. His Darkest sneaks up behind and sends him to that great darkness beyond. Northwood, pistol round on the board.
Yeah, good start indeed. Gotta like what we saw there though from Missouri. I thought
definitely
the initial aggression there, that first shot from Woody was solid, making sure to watch and kind of expecting Northwood to play aggressively, understandably so. I mean, Northwood really dominated that first map. So you could tend to expect them to be playing a forward position, and they win it out. I mean, Ollie goes down, of course, unfortunately, the only one to fall in that one. So it all starts well, but the ending about the same. We'll be seeing a relatively light buy-up, actually, from Northwood, considering the situation.
Round 3 op.
Yeah, I think
that's my guess. Yeah, round 3 op. When you go for a light buy like this, it usually does have to do with what my friends always call the Septilance op, because even though I can't use one, you better believe I'm buying one in round 3. I mean, it's gonna be happening. And sometimes I get a kill, I feel like the coolest dude in the world, but it's only a sometimes thing. Firmsa very used to finding eliminations, puts out big time. Theo's down to a shock dart, and while Firmsa will get traded, Northwood absolutely has the numbers with the weapons advantage they have. They're very comfortable going into the rest of this matchup.
Oh, nice shot from Woody, long range. It's gonna make everybody turn around, and Shimo with another collection, the frag there, but it's just the one. Dip gonna steal that away from Darkest on the shorty, who's clearly feeling a little bit of grieved about that whole situation and how it went down. So we'll see. Is it gonna be the round 3 op? No, it's the round. Okay, I thought Versa was gonna commit to that judge, and I was a big fan for a moment.
Yeah, the Judge is a very exciting weapon. That is a personal favorite of mine. I know I just said the Operator, but the Judge is my favorite. Being a raised player, I think it's very easy to get value with the Judge, being able to get in and out so quickly. Even though a map that's not going to work well for it unless you're just rocking sewers or garage, anything else is too long of a site to traditionally get value.
Or if you're just named T-Kaz.
Real. That's so real, Vincent.
Yeah. you know who I'm talking about. That's a pro player who's very good with the Judge and used to just solo Judge only on this map, and still win somehow. Here's the Hunter's Fury.
Round 3 Hunter's Fury is insane. That is an 8-point ultimate, and they had it on round 3.
You're right. My contextualization for this is just like gone out the window. I'm like, oh yeah, I just expect this now. But no, that isn't
just be happening. That
like, isn't normal. Yeah, I'm glad you brought me back down to reality, man. I was like, wait a second, that's not what it's supposed to do. Darkest is up close in this corner, and I think he still has that shorty.
Oh man, the twofer would have been insane there. I'm not surprised it's only one though. Takes out one, gives their life for it, and now poor Shimo, 93 HP. Great shot onto Ali, who is critical as well, less than a bullet from death. Benji, what is that, 15 HP, about to walk right into his own death. Yep, there it is. Oh, no way! What a flick from Benji. Well done. 21 HP, wins the 3rd round for Northwood, and removes all expectations here, statistically speaking. They're supposed to lose that round instead. They've won it. Are they looking for the flawless half?
All I have to say is, how dare you doubt my friend Benji?
You're right, Benji. I'm sorry. Benji, if you're watching this, I'm sorry.
No, I kid, of course, but I mean that was what a great shot. Just expectations thrown in the gutter as Northwood take their 3rd round. Indeed, yeah, winning out on the bonus round. Traditionally, not a round to win, but definitely a strong look to pick it up. We'll have to see if that continues. Woody, nice shot. That was a good start, to say the least. Finding the one player pushing down long. A bit more default this round for Missouri. They don't want to overcommit, want to overswing anything just yet, especially since they've already found that first opening pick.
MOSU with a numbers advantage. Never mind. Scratch everything I just said out of your minds there. They're able to find Storm early, who is pushing up B with a Marshall. Very difficult weapon to get an elimination with when you're 5 feet away from your opponent. Rotation all the way over to C site with only one defender in the corner first. So great trigger discipline. Catches him, takes him down. Let's put a 2-piece on the board. Paranoia out from the corner as well. Able to find the Omen. Maybe even a 4th with the help of a teammate there. Phenomenal from Ferbsa. Dip finding Shimo was the only reason Ferbsa got to live to find that 3rd elim. And Northwood up 4-0, only losing one member of the team. They've got econ on econ on econ right now.
I have one thing to say, Zep. You gotta check your corners, man. It's just, it doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter if you're like in silver with me and Sep, or if you're.
I'm flattered you think I'm in silver, Vincent. That means a lot to me.
I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna throw it out there, and I was just gonna hope that it wasn't like you were like plat or something, and I was just being like aggressively offensive.
Oh no, the opposite. You're actually flattering me quite a bit here. So.
Okay, we're good. Storm, nice read. Good awareness of that situation to find Ferbsa's positioning, and that should lock Benji into this. Oh no, it didn't actually reach. It didn't actually reach, and Benji connects as well.
Yeah, Storm does take down Benji the Operator. Oh no, come on now. Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way, come on. Oh my goodness, Neos finds Dip finally. Let Storm live in that moment. Is it going to cost them? Darkest able to find Neos. It's up to Darkest to save the day. What an amazing play. Comes out, puts them both down for a 3-piece on the round. And while it's close for Northwood to lose it close, ain't gonna cut it. They find their 5th round win. And They are feeling good here on Haven. We're starting to see why it's their best map.
Yeah, I mean, Darkest just clutching up there, and yeah, it could have turned very bad very fast. Neos with a fantastic shot, just like barely spotting out the fact that Dip was there, and then turns around, double headshot through the box. Nice job, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Darkest a little bit too strong. The final boss of the round overcoming against Missouri State. Heading into the next, though. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's incredible that they have a, I don't want to call it a blunder, but a moment where they intentionally don't take an elimination and you're like, uh-oh, could that cost them? Nope. Nope, the last person standing still going to keep it up and running. It's amazing how they continue to defy expectations. Darkest goes from the highest high to the lowest low, catches a Blindstorm out of Garage, and puts his team in a 1 numbers disadvantage. Blindstorm, a scary ultimate here, Vincent, because those knives do deceptive amounts of damage from no matter what distance you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's no fall off, so gotta feel good. What?
Huh.
Just what he's like, where did those bullets come from and why? I just don't understand. Furbsa applying the maximum damage. How does he get 3? Furbsa walks through a smoke and just dominates.
I mean, it is truly breathtaking the value Furbsa continues to find in plays as simple as, yeah, I'm going to hold W through this smoke. And that's what's going to do well for us. Neos, a 2-piece of their own. Can they make it a mythical 4K here against Northwood and put themselves into a slightly more advantageous position? Neos able to find Dip. It's going to be a 1v1. Can MOSU break the perfect run? Holds the corner. Oh, the knives whiff. Oh my goodness, it's a 4K clutch. They go for the highlight, but instead they become it. Neos 8 HP 4K clutch to put Missouri's first round win on the board. No flawless here in the first half for Northwood.
Northwood doing some trolling here, bud.
Absolutely.
I mean, they wanted that frag and they wanted it bad. Just running it down. And listen, I big props to Neos for making sure to hit those shots. I'm a fan of the little trolling, but you got to give credit to Missouri whenever they are just walking up and they're just like, yeah, sorry, you're trolled, just denied.
Yeah, well, there's a wise man that once said, you know, we'll absolutely take those. Any round win we can get, we will take it. We will be stoked we found it. And Northwood right now trying to make sure Missouri does not get any more.
Who is that wise man? Who's that quote attributed to?
Someone, I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's somebody. I say it a lot, but I'm definitely not the first. You know, we absolutely take those. I am a man to take the victories where they come, and right now, Missouri, they're not about finding one when it comes. They're about taking their own. This looks really good for them to possibly win this. 2 of them less than 100 HP. Darkest, just one of the coolest people in the whole world. Doesn't miss the headshot. Furbsa sprays and prays, puts them both down in the blink of an eye, and gives Northwood their 6th round win. Vincent, everybody knows the numbers on this one. Even if Northwood continued to lose every round for the rest of this half, it would still only be a 6-6 tie-up.
Yeah, and I'd still take Northwood to win it after that.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, I'm not a gambling man, really. But if I were, say hypothetically, I would, I'd take the odds, whatever they were. They would be awful odds, by the way, because they would be like, I don't know, 1.01 to 12 or something.
I have no idea. I'm not a numbers guy.
Oh, basically, I would make no money on that bet. Is the point I'm making.
Insert that new Puss in Boots meme where he's like, I don't know, I'm not really a math guy. Like that's me 100% of the time. I'm absolutely not a math guy.
I've been looking at too many odds, I guess.
I just like when the fun colors are on screen. That's what I live for. That's what I'm here to talk about. And right now, Storm about to be seeing red here against Northwood. Wow, great shot onto Benji. Maybe steal the rifle and try to save. I just feel like Northwood, they're out for blood though. They're not gonna let you sneak away. Got the rifle, got 21 bullets in it. Anybody else gonna go down? Oh, no, it's Furbsa who finds it. A 3K on the board in Northwood. 7th round on the half here, excuse me.
Yeah, and well, it'll be a little bit more of the same. That last round felt like a blink of an eye, to be honest with you. Woody, though, will be working with less than perfect armor. I will say that something I've noticed that I want to see Missouri do a little better is that they've had a lot of ultimates. I want to see them make a plan. Like they haven't. I mean, to be fair, the space required to execute said plan hasn't sufficiently been available that much, but still, try to get the plan going and execute as much as you can.
Here comes a Nightfall out from the side of Missouri. It's going to create a lot of space. Now, unbeknownst to them, it gets a whopping nobody, but Woody doesn't need it to get that even. Takes Ali down, finds Ferbsa not soon after, and the Nightfall itself may have been enough to make the space for this team to feel strong. This will be the first time we see them put Northwood into a retake scenario since the opening pistol round. The retake starts with a lockdown. The confidence from Northwood to use that in a two-player disadvantage really goes to show this team feels strong about their odds in this game. Darkest takes Storm down to what can only be 8 or less HP. Poor Shimo caught out in the corner. Nano Swarms bodying them. Shock Dart to clean it up. And Shimo, I'm not even sure how they're still breathing, but it looks like they are. Rolling Thunder. Bouncy time here on the A site.
Lots of utility going to be coming in. Haunt as well. Pulled out. Woody collects another one. He was sitting in spawn till very early into the round. And okay, Woody coming from the flank. It's all 3 members out of the round. It's an ace.
Not bad,
Woody.
not bad.
And he started that round like 30 seconds in spawn.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, honestly. Woody took no prisoners there, wanted to be like, hey, it's all right. I just needed to run to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. And then he came back, pops off, drops the 5. Second round win for Missouri on the board. And if there's a world in which they can win this, Vincent, with only a lockdown and traditional rifles in hand, they can ruin the economy of Northwood, force them into a thrifty, into a classics run. Could be a way to snipe a couple more rounds on the board.
Definitely will be. Of course, it's a big if. I mean, like, a fat if with a PH, you know? That kind of if. Not always guaranteed.
Not always guaranteed. They're absolutely going to have to earn it. Woody goes for the reload when they have the elimination. Hunter's Fury takes down Woody with the help of Darkest, and Northwood, they take those numbers. Wow, what a fast 1-for-1 trade. Absolutely died for the cause on that. Shimo, 49 HP, wide swings the corner, can't take down Ali in time, and Neos should be joining them in the great beyond in just a moment. Ali, are you, come on, what's happening?
My brother,
Ali,
excuse me?
Come on now, he was at 7 HP. Come on, that's just rude.
That was no need. There was simply no need for any of that. Storm 1v3. That's the requirement for the little number in the top right to go up by 1 for Missouri. We're gonna get another fight.
Oh, strong start. Didn't even take a bullet of damage. Oh, perhaps a second.
Holly wants another.
Ali out for blood right now. Maybe the second time we saw somebody from Missouri clutch. Storm had the right cards, played them in the wrong order, unfortunately. Wide swung the wrong corner and got taken out by a double fire from mid in window there. Northwood 8-2 on the half. They're looking for another 10-2. It would be a very strong way to kick off the second half of what at this rate will be our final map.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you gotta keep the possibilities out.
Of course.
But to be fair, if that had been, I don't know, like 10 seconds earlier, I think Storm gets Ollie. Like,
yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean,
Ollie
was hugging the corner, just kind of a little too late.
Yeah, great idea. And that's the thing. Like, I feel like we have to really respect the fact that Northwood is making Missouri look kind of silly here. That's not because Missouri's a bad team.
Absolutely
not. They clearly are a good team that has some good ideas, that knows what they're doing. They are by no means slouches. I'm sure if you and I played Missouri, we'd lose.
Yeah, like, no doubt in my mind, bro.
Like, I mean, you know what I mean? But
I'd go 0-13, and I'm positive of that fact.
I'll give myself a little bit more than that, maybe, but not by much.
If we play Bind, I might get something. Anything else, I'm out. I'm down for the count.
Ooh,
speaking of down for the count, yeah.
That one was pretty, but yes, lasts alive once again. Feels bad to be in these like 1v situations where you're just, they know. They so know.
They have to know. Poor Neos, able to find a couple of bullets, but unfortunately no eliminations off the back of it. Ali puts the 9th round on the board. Best case scenario for Missouri would be a 9-3 going into the second half of the game, but Northwood, they 10-2 down Ascent. They're 1 round shy and a Franken buy from Missouri away from being able to do that here again on Haven.
Op out here for Storm. We haven't really seen a lot of those. Yeah. I mean, a little armor. Not full glass.
Plastic cannon.
Well, I like that. I'm going to steal that.
Okay, go for it. I just made it up, so there's no copyright on it.
That is fantastic. Not glass cannon, plastic cannon. That's beautiful.
You might not break on the first drop, but it's like the second or third that's going to get you, you know?
Exactly. Well, nice shot. Storm ultimately able to pick up apart an opening pick. And a chance on another. There we go. Storm picking up momentum as turning from maybe just that cat 1 to cat 2 or 3.
Yeah, I'm snapping. I'm doing like a golf clap right now for those amazing picks, but oh my goodness, looking for the ace at this point. That's 3 already down, 2 remain. A 9-3 going into the second half is what this team is dreaming of. They want this round win like they want their next breath here, Vincent. It's up to Benji to 1v4 clutch if Northwood wants another 10-2.
To be fair, Benji could actually do that. Is not
That's
an
very
unrealistic possibility, but is hard against an operator walking that thin line in Storm with a quad. So the op pulled out and looked fantastic in the hands of Storm.
And now you should have a little bit of kind of team morale, momentum going into the second half. You're like, yeah, we did it. We won that round. Let's do it again. Unfortunately, there's no op this time. Gonna have to go for a lot of, I assume, ghosts, maybe even light armor. I'm a light armor guy myself, but that's personal preference after all. I feel like Missouri, it could really behoove them to go for light armor because it feels like a lot of the pistol fights, they've been losing by 1 bullet, by 2 bullets. It's like if you had that armor, could be enough to keep you on your feet long enough to remove one of Northwood's players.
Possible, yeah. I'm kind of right there with you. I think there's that's like the positive way to think about things is like the momentum and everything else. Unfortunately, there's a negative way to feel, and that is that it required like a 4K or more
to
get it around. But you did it 3 times.
That's true. You've done it 3 times. You know it's possible. I mean, it is going to be a little easier, I think, to play the defense as well with KJ, who's inherently kind of a defensive player. She can toggle between the two, but her kit definitely feels like it's built for defense. Fade should get value as well. Breach, great at preventing post plant. Verb's already finding Neos, though, removes the Breach. Storm doesn't even get to blink. Shimo down as well, and it might be a 4K from Verbsa. Only 3. Big time puts him down after this fade. Be the hero Missouri needs, but the hero falls to 0 HP, and Missouri gonna lose that round once again. Northwood hitting double digits.
The old 9-3 curse not looking good just yet, but I guess that's to be determined just now. We still have a little bit of time left to go. Looks like maybe a force buy for Missouri. Yeah, they're just gonna send it.
Oh, see, Vincent, this happened on Ascent, and I wasn't a fan of it then. I don't believe I'm a fan of it now.
Okay, just hold for a moment.
Yeah, let's hold on.
Yeah, they're unsure. It looks like a half and half.
Frankenbuy, that is not where you want to be. Ali bodies Storm with the Guardian online. I think buying up can be so dangerous, but in a circumstance like this, you need to interrupt momentum as fast as you can. Stinger and Shorty, Darkest, a little bit of damage, but makes it all the way through into that cubby. This is a complete and total bully off of sight.
Yeah, and they're gonna find them as they walk through as well. I do think that, yeah, look, half and half indeed. A couple of singers back there, and then classics as well. So Missouri, a little bit of everything. I don't know that that's gonna be effective though. That's the problem.
Sure.
Well, there's Paranoia.
Effective. Oh, Paranoia helps put down 2 more. Shimo with the Stinger finds something. Benji's turret gets in on the fun and finds an elimination of its own. Northwood's 11th round carrying 3, I don't want to call them rifles, but 3 weapons into the next round. Okay, a Guardian and 2 rifles. Never mind, I'll take that back. The Guardian being the outlier, of course. They're feeling strong here, Vincent. They win this one, and there's no economy for Missouri here. They're buying up in this round, and if they lose it, it'll certainly be their last chance at success.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were seeing before, right? 2 players invested more heavily into that last round, and now 2 of those players can't fully afford. They're working half shields. Of course, does have the best gun in the game, Woody. Judge in hand, feels good. But an Ares on the other side of that, not ideal. Not by, not just losing by default.
Sure.
Not ideal.
Not ideal at all. It is not a circumstance you want to find yourself in a moment like this. Spells a disaster. 2 players already falling. I'm losing a little bit of frames on my side, so bear with me here. We've got the Cloud Burst coming out. Benji able to find Storm and dip. Puts down Shimo. It lasts just long enough for me to see what the heck is going on in Northwood. Number 12 on the board. That is match point. I hate to say it, Vincent, Missouri has genuinely almost nothing to work with.
Yeah, that didn't look any slower with more frames. That was just as fast. Like, it's almost instantaneous, everybody felt. Northwood going to be potentially repeating, if they win here, their victory by only dropping 5 rounds in the series as they did last week. Of course, 2 judges, a couple of specters, I think a Stinger, all of it lying in wait for the Northwood side. They got a very aggressive push. 3 players moving down C long. Dip going to relieve Storm over their head.
Little weight off your shoulders there.
Large weight, one could say.
Yeah, most of the weight perhaps above your shoulders has fallen a little lackluster there. With the Bladestorm online, being down a player, this becomes harder and harder for Missouri to answer back. I think best case scenario, they find an elimination, they try to steal the rifle, but when you give 2 players for 1 rifle, that's never where you want to be. Neos is gone, and it's up to Woody with the judge to be not only the judge, but the jury and the executioner of Northwood's remaining 4 members. Is this the end right here? It certainly is. Does not take the corner in time, and Northwood finds themselves at a 13-3 victory, 13-2 on Ascent, 13-3 on Haven, 26-5 as the overall score tonight. That's the Northwood experience, folks.
That it is. And for all of you folks who are like thinking, oh, what are these guys talking about at the beginning of the series, where we were just kind of like memeing it up about, haha, it's Northwood, ha ha ha, unfortunate Missouri State feels bad. Now you understand. So I'm glad we're now working together on the same page. Septulence, I'm going to keep it a buck. There's really not a lot to go over. Missouri State, they gave it their best shot. Some individuals picked up those 3 rounds, and I think that that's really good for them. Like, they showed that they have that ability to step up in those big moments. Unfortunately, against Northwood, it's just not enough.
Yeah. Missouri is in that circumstance, and I said this between maps 1 and 2, where we were getting a lot of great things from them. They were very effective, but it's just the fact you pulled the straw of the #1 team in the country, and the world, scratch that, and it's like, darn, okay, probably a loss, but post that, looking at other teams who are also kind of at your echelon below Northwood, there's a very real chance Missouri can continue to win. I think you said they went 4-1, including a couple forfeits. This feels like a 4-1 team again. If they can continue to play like that, there's definitely some value for these players down the line.
Yeah, I think so. So a lot to like, and especially moving from Open Premier last season into Varsity Premier this season. Really cool to see. Hope to see more of them. Unfortunately, the first time that we're seeing them just against the best in the world. We're going to get to talk to one of the best in the world here from Northwood in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, get that set up, and when we return, we'll get that interview going. See you in a minute. Alrighty, welcome back, and it is with great pleasure that we get to introduce the director of Northwood Esports, Evolve, to the broadcast. Hello and welcome, Evolve. We've spoken before, and I'm excited to speak with you again. How are you doing this fine evening?
I'm doing great. Excited because the guys came up with a win. Little unconventional strategies there, but that's okay.
Let me just ask. Talk to me about these unconventional strategies. Is this something that you've been telling them to drop, or are you a big fan of the unconventional?
Oh no, this is nothing to do with me. That's that going rogue, so that's okay.
Yeah, so Evolve, I'm definitely curious to hear, I guess I kind of have to ask a preliminary question. You're the director of the full program, right? So outside of Valorant, you work with all of the teams. And so I definitely want to kind of get to know a little bit, coming through with an esports program that had probably the fastest collegiate growth I've ever seen in no matter what esport it is, Northwood is all of a sudden at the top. How does that feel kind of for the school? And what do you think that does for representation to kind of help non-esports people still get an appreciation for what you guys are able to do?
It's obviously a lot of it has to do with support from the school, and I think we entered at the right time, right? So, we started the program in the end of 2018, started competing in 2019, and it took us a couple of years to really get going, I would say, and get some talent infusion. But yeah, the school loves it. Our administration and a lot of people really have gotten behind it, and they understand what esports is, and our town in general is definitely starting to get behind it. The difference between our world championship win for Collegiate Rocket League in June, just to compare to the world championship win we had in December for Valorant, the reception from our town was crazy. They really understood it. You could tell within the 6 months that they really understand the difference. I mean, we're in a town of like 30-some thousand people, right? It's not a big city at all. So yeah, it's been awesome. I tell everybody I'm just in the students' backpacks, right? They're just insanely talented. We try to sign the best talent that we can, and really ride the wave. So
yeah, well, y'all aren't riding the wave. Y'all are steering the wave right now. Whatever you're doing is clearly working. So that's super exciting. I always love to hear the community involvement, and I'm glad y'all are really getting the support you deserve.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So you kind of beat me to it there, Evolve. I was going to ask two-time or a two-game world champion. That's something that I don't think any other collegiate program could say, but you beat me to it. So I will adjust slightly. I wanted to ask how you guys, what you guys do to support all your different esports programs. Like, what are the small things that maybe an average viewer isn't going to really understand? Can you pick something out for me that really does make a difference, that is important, that maybe we wouldn't see?
I mean, honestly, I think one thing that we do differently compared to a lot of varsity programs is I'm a big believer. I've been saying it since I took this job. Is you gotta let the gamers game, right? Don't overcomplicate things to a point where it's confusing for everybody. Sometimes it's just about putting in the hours, grinding the game and making sure you're just competing as much as you can, right? It's not, obviously it's like playing chess a little bit here and there, but at the end of the day, whoever's going to click heads better honestly wins. So whatever you got to do that, whether it's aim training, just playing the game a lot in ranked, that's what I see, prevailing, because a game like Valorant, right? Like, so as intricate it is, it's like once you play it enough, every single map, what's going on, where your teammates are going to be, and it's just about who can really clutch up and hit their shots. And we saw that from our run down in Texas when Ferbsa had 14 kills in 3 rounds, right, for us to really come back and win in semis to get to grand finals. Sometimes it's just having those demons on your team that can shoot, honestly, and that's really like, I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but at the end of the day, like, you got to put the hours in, you got to play. And that's the biggest thing, for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, before we let you go, do you have anybody you want to give a special shout out or say hello to really fast?
Not really. Benji wanted me to come on stream and make sure everybody knows that his new nickname is the Risley Bear. That's what he wants to go by. So,
oh boy! All right, Benji.
Bear.
But
I'll try to remember. I will try.
No, it's been a great run. Like, we're just getting started for this year. I don't really know how we topped last year, to be honest with you. 2 world championships, tons of national championships, tons of NACE championships. we'll see
Y'all
what happens, I
accidentally
guess,
created
right?
really big
I know,
boosters.
Yeah.
pretty much. League of Legends is kind of like our new big thing this semester that we've kind of invested in for the first time heavily. So we'll see what we can do there. But like we have like 8 games we confidently would say we're in the top 5 in college
Nice,
esports.
absolute.
We're kind of done at that point of like investing into new games. Like we feel like we're in a really good spot. So we're just going to keep building on all of our rosters. And we got a lot of shout out to, I'll give Buddy a shout out, Pirates a shout out, world champions for Rocket League graduating early. Sucks for me, but great for them. Because that's the true goal of this, right? We're starting to graduate between 15 to 20 players a year, which is awesome. And that's really the goal of this for me is getting them an education as cheap as possible, letting them win as much as they can, and then setting them off in life in a really, really good environment, and being successful outside of playing games. So we're really starting to see that here, and that's exciting.
It absolutely is. Evolve, thanks so much for taking the time. Always a pleasure to speak with you, man. And congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys. And always a pleasure with you guys on the mic. So thank you.
Of course, we'll see you soon.
Appreciate that. It is indeed been a lot of fun, Septilance, but it is the time where the fun unfortunately has to end. For now, we have fun coming up soon, don't we, Septilance? There's not an end to collegiate. We have more. As I think Super Smash Brothers coming up tomorrow, and then Counter will be back with myself alongside the Birdie Box. We'll be there on Friday, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
No, everybody, just take your pasta and drink some water. That's all I got for you. So Vincent, I'm ready to call it a night.
Alrighty, we'll call it right there. Have a good one. We'll see you next time here at the Star League. Thanks for watching.